Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
We have yet to learn the details of a trade deal with America's neighbor to the north, but President Trump, who obviously does know the details, is singing its praises.
U.S.-Canadian tariffs averted for now, with President Trump saying the last-minute deal to delay the 50% tariffs is what he calls a very fair deal for both.
We're doing certain things. We got to give something, and we're doing certain things. They were paying a high number. We're reducing it a little bit. It's good for everybody. But our farmers are going to be thrilled. Our manufacturers are going to be thrilled. And basically, we have no tariffs going into Canada anymore.
The agreement avoids tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian imports. Trump notes it's all subject to the finalization of documents. I'm Julie Walker.
There are reports that Prince Harry and Meghan have decided to return to the UK for an extended stay starting this fall. News and analysis, townhall.com. Trying to find a forever home for orphaned dogs and cats just got more difficult in Texas.
The first New World screwworm outbreak in Texas in 60 years is hindering efforts to move rescued dogs and cats out of crowded animal shelters to states where they would be adopted. U.S. officials have emphasized the parasite's threat to the nation's $113 billion cattle industry, but the screwworm fly can lay eggs that hatch into flesh-eating larvae in the wounds or mucus of any mammal. Several dogs have had infestations in southern Texas and southeastern New Mexico. All but a handful of states have placed new restrictions on importing animals. Keith Peters reporting.
Residents on Hawaii's Big Island are struggling to recover after last week's hurricane that authorities say killed 2 people. 93-year-old woman and a man in his 60s are found dead. Forecasters now warn of the potential for another storm. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The establishment has already picked their candidate. Same old playbook, same old insiders. I'm not their choice. And this election is not for sale. The stakes are too high for political games. The Socialist Democrats are a threat to America. South Carolina needs a proven conservative with a record of fighting for you. You shouldn't have to guess where your next senator stands. With me, you already know. I'm Ralph Norman. I approve this message, and I'm asking for your vote.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
August 17th. Big changes are coming to the John Fredericks Media Network. John Fredericks, your Godzilla of Truth, starts the day from 6 to 10. Wendy Bell follows from 10 to noon. Rob Carson staying put at noon to 3. Michael Patrick Leahy moves to 3 o'clock, followed by Katz and Cosby at 5. America's new boss for conservative talk is the John Fredericks Media Network.
Wagering at its finest, playing at the highest levels, under the highest stakes for more than a decade. This is the world past the wire has conquered, bringing you uncompromised thoroughbred authority and elite track data that anchors the game. But the modern wagering landscape is expanding. Every sport, every line, every prop, and every high-leverage future, we decode the metrics across the entire board. From game day spreads to the explosive new frontier of prediction markets and event contracts, we give you intelligence to dominate the modern financial exchanges. Because in the end, it's a battle. You versus the house. You versus the other players. In this arena, we fight with you. We are your ultimate edge. Welcome to the Ultimate Wagering Network. Subscribe to Past the Wire TV and turn on notifications, because when the dust settles,
Nobody does it better. Saturday morning, 6 on the radio, 11 on JFMN.TV.
Well, happy Friday Eve, everybody. Thursday morning here on the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for looking among other things, weather and sports. We'll start as we always do with where I am in Richmond, Virginia. High today of 92 in the RVA. Possible storms expected this afternoon. A low of 71 tonight. Storms definitely expected, apparently, according to AccuWeather. Right now, the temperature in the River City, 72 degrees. Squirrels, 7-4 winners last night in Chesapeake. First pitch tonight for the two teams at 6:35. Moving on to D.C., a high today of 90 degrees in the nation's capital with possible storms. A low tonight of 68, going to be stormy then. Right now, the temperature in Washington, 77 degrees. The Nats get their revenge in Texas, blanking the Rangers 6-0 last night. They'll face off again tonight at 8:05. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high today of 96 degrees, a low of 72 this evening. Right now, the temperature in Georgia, 76 degrees. The Braves again fall to the Twins, 6-4. They're next at the White Sox, 2:10, first pitch this afternoon. In Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 92 with storms, a low tonight of 71, still with storms. Right now, the temperature is 73 degrees in Middle Tennessee with some rain. In Philadelphia, your high this afternoon will be 86 degrees with possible storms, a low tonight of 67 with spotty storms. Right now, the temperature in eastern Pennsylvania, 73 degrees. Phil's top the Marlins again, 4-1. Morgantown, your high today will be 75 degrees. That doesn't sound so bad, although rainy. A low this evening of 64. Right now, the temperature is 70 degrees in wild and wonderful West Virginia, also rainy. Walk-on tryouts for WVU football tonight at Caperton Indoor Practice Facility. Just a reminder about that. And last but certainly not least in my heart, all the Yinzers out there in Pittsburgh, a high today, similar to Morgantown, a 75, going to be rainy as well. A low of 63 tonight. Right now, the temperature is 71 and rainy in the Steel City. The Buccos win 4-3 over the Tigers yesterday, thereby clinching this year's Leland Cup, which is really just a dirty ashtray. Paul Skeens didn't look so hot again, folks. Jets at Steelers tomorrow night at Acrisure Stadium. Will Howard and Drew Aller are expected to take all the QB snaps. And JF should be in a good mood today. His Houston Astros squeaked by the Angels last night, 3-2. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11, all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. All right, get those active minds ready for a few words to the wise, folks. Okay, so story time here. The person whom I consider to be my philosophic mentor is an individual from Richmond named Craig Biddle. Craig has lived in California for 20 years now, but we met because we worked for a local startup here in Virginia called Life Logic Company, whose principal was the late Sidney Gunst. For anybody familiar with Central Virginia here, Sid's claim to fame was that he created the massive suburban development known as Innsbrook, which is pretty much why the far west end of Richmond is the metropolis that it is today. So years before Sid, Craig, and I were trying to market good thinking for good living, so to speak, Craig went to Sid looking for him to invest in a rock climbing business. Midway through Craig's pitch, Sid stopped him. I'm convinced that Craig's heart was really in rock climbing. Craig, let me ask you something, Sid interjected. What's your passion? Philosophy, Craig quickly, assuredly responded. Philosophy? Sid exclaimed. Who needs it? Sid was unaware that he'd literally just named the title of a book by his future favorite philosopher. Then something intriguing happened. Sid started peppering Craig with questions, trying to stump him, to no avail. When all was said and done, Sid stated, well, Craig, I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news is that I'm not going to invest in your rock climbing business. The good news is that I'm going to invest in your philosophy business. Look, Craig Biddle is as wise a person as you'll ever meet, but 30 years ago, Sid had left him dumbstruck. Wait, what? What just happened? After one mere conversation, Sid was convinced that what Craig knew had market value. Among other things, Sid would pay for Craig to write a book about moral philosophy entitled Loving Life for anyone interested. In return for his investment, though, Sid wanted Craig to teach him everything that he knew about philosophy. And soon enough, Craig was accompanying Sid everywhere. Craig tagged along to all of Sid's commercial development meetings, and people would ask Sid, who the hell's this? To which Sid would respond, that's my philosopher, inevitably followed by the sound of silence. Right after which Sid would say to all the other Keeping Up with the Joneses millionaires in the room there, you mean you guys don't have a philosopher? But to get to the point, as Sid studied under Craig, Sid began to see that he had been advocating policies, personally and professionally, that were rights violating, that robbed Peter to pay Paul, or just robbed Peter to spite Peter, really. Distraught, he walked into Craig's adjacent office in Innsbruck one morning and said, Craig, I think I'm evil. After getting to the bottom of why Sid had said this, Craig replied, Sid, you're not evil. But if you do the same things tomorrow, you are. The very important lesson here is that a person is only morally accountable for what he knows or should know, not for what he doesn't. This is the difference between unattainable, absolute perfection and moral perfection, which means doing your genuine best based on an honest commitment to reality. And historically, in evaluating people, we need to do so based on the context of their times. To condemn the Founding Fathers because they weren't outspoken advocates for, gay rights is totally unfair. We should criticize people who were behind their times, not with their times, much less ahead of their times, as the Founding Fathers very much were. Again, you're morally accountable only for that which you know or should know, which leads me to the promised and actually fairly simple designation between being dishonest and evil. The dishonest person is the one who pretends not to know what he knows exclusively to his own detriment. The evil person is the one who pretends not to know what he knows not only to his own detriment, at least ultimately, but also to the unjust detriment of other people. So there we have it. Let's pick up here tomorrow. In the meantime, this has been Dan Hopgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everybody.
Elon Musk's XAI faces off with Minnesota over AI nudification ban. Headline Channel 5 Wednesday. Taking effect August 1st, banning so-called nudification passed the Minnesota legislature this year. Now it's being challenged as anti-First Amendment. The law fines you $500,000 if you download nudified images using AI. As an aside, not sure if nudification and nudified have yet made the official Oxford English Dictionary yet, but they're coming. Motivations for the law include protecting people from embarrassment, bullying, etc. Also protecting political campaign ads and such. And on that, Los Angeles, California Mayor Karen Bass shared polling data showing she was up 12 points over her opponent. Later, it was exposed that the poll was fake. From the AP story, quote, The polling company wrote before shuttering its website this week that it was created as a short-term social experiment examining how purported polling information could enter and spread through the political information ecosystem without independent verification, close quote. Ahem. Several pollsters responded with concern and criticism and such, admonishing readers to always check the methodology and such of the polls they see. But there's no mention of criminal charges. Well, if this was in Minnesota, targeted at the Peggy Flanagan or Amy Klobuchar campaigns, we can't show them naked, but we can tell everyone they're really popular without evidence? Well, thinking outside the box? Yeah, I'm not touching that one with a 10-foot pole. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineers sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now. Godzilla Wins, where you get the best insight and best information on how to win the most money ever.
Guess what? GodzillaWins.com. Let's talk more winners.
You heard the man. The all-new GodzillaWins.com is all about winners, with fresh daily picks by J-Fred and your favorite players from the Godzilla Wins team. Get your hot takes from the show, then click the website for the dough. GodzillaWins.com.
GodzillaWins.com. Let's talk more winners.
It's here. The new JFMN TV app is ready and live. Download now from the App Store and Google Play. Then watch live all day. Weekdays get J-Fred 6 a.m. Game on America Sports 6 p.m. with Bell, Carson, and Leahy in between. Plus the Saturday morning shows. Search and download JFMN.TV from the App Store or Google Play. Get the alerts so you don't miss nothing. The new JFMN TV app is ready and live in the App Store and Google Play. Get it today.
Woke up with the AM light, found the truth still standing right. John Fredericks on the dial, cutting through the noise in style. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rose like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla Truth. Hear that roar. Godzilla Truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more. Godzilla of Truth. From the back rows to the wire, he talks that hot truth fire. No polished mask, no paper crown. He tells it plain, he lays it down. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla of Truth. Hear that roar. Godzilla of Truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more. Godzilla of Truth.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who never has a failure to communicate, John Fredericks.
Well, welcome to the John Fredericks Media Network and all of our apps. Great to have you with us. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables of the health. If I put on my lapel mic, why do we always forget this, right? Just because we're having so much fun, right? Too much fun for one man to have. Great to have you with us, though, all of you, right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. And, well, we got a couple great things going on. We have just launched our television app. It is so cool. Let me fix my tie here, Dan, too. I got all kinds of issues going on. We just launched our TV app. Now, this thing is so cool. We have essentially our own TV channel. And all you have to do is download it. Now, I'm going to say this, Dan, at the beginning of every segment, because people just got to do it because it's so much fun. All you have to do is go to the App Store or Google Play, depending on Android or Apple, and just put in jfmn.tv. And boom, it pops right up. Download the app. And then on your phone or on your tablet, you just click that app anytime between 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. That's how we started, Monday to Friday, and you're going to get live TV show. Live show, all of our network, all of our hosts. Godzilla 6 to 10, Wendy Bell is actually, we're doing her video 3 hours, 10 to 1, Carson 1 to 4, Leahy 4 to 6, and then Game on America is then after that. So through the entire day, you've got live programming right up through 7 o'clock. So you just go ahead and do it right now. You can put it right on your phone. Boom, you click it, you're good to go. Put it on your tablet, whatever device you have, your laptop, doesn't matter. As long as you download that app, which is free, takes you a minute, and it's easy to do. It's not going to ask for anything, but that is going to give you free TV streaming, all of our shows from 6 a.m. until 7 p.m. And then on Saturday, I think we're going, you guys are live, right, on video, Dan, with Killer Carl, right? So you go from 8 a.m. right through, I guess, 2 or 3 in the afternoon, whenever we get done there. So it's going to be a lot of fun, but go ahead and download that app. It's very exciting, very cool thing to do, and we're excited about it. So go ahead and do me a favor and do that. Appreciate you. About to have my first sip of my 1775 coffee, Dan, and I got up today at, like I always do, 3:45, did my 75 push-ups, did my prep for the show, and I'm ready to go. But hang on, I'm about to get my first sip of freshly brewed 1775 coffee. Why you haven't gotten this coffee is beyond me, because it's affordable, it's fantastic. And I got my coffee company complaining that, like, your 6 a.m. morning, nobody's buying it. And I'm like, I don't promote it at any other hour, because 6 a.m. you're getting coffee. Hang on. Damn. Did I tell you, Dan, that is one good cup of coffee? I got the dark roast going. That is something else. Some good coffee right there. Just check this out. Go to 1775coffee.com, 1775coffee.com, promo code Godzilla. Get yourself 10% off. Why is it so good? Well, number one, it's affordable. Number two, fresh roasted daily. Number three, grown in Bolivia, highest mountain. All of that goes in. I just had to order 2 more boxes, send it to my son, who I'm going to be seeing. Not seeing a while because he's in baseball, College Park, but I went and sent it to him. He's fired up. He said, I want my 1775 coffee, Dad. Let's go. So I had to send him 2. And I got him a box of dark and a box of medium. I like the medium once in a while in the afternoon, but I'm a dark roast guy. They also got premium coffee, which is to die for. We got you. 1 sip, you're done. 1 cup, you're done. You'll never want anything else. Don't be drinking that Exxon stuff. This stuff is so good. Let me have 1 more sip, and I'll get to our callers. Also got another announcement to make. Hang on. Damn, that's good. Okay, so much for that. Great way to start your day with my 1775 coffee, Danio. Now, I think, Dan, what we should do, I haven't talked to Ann about it, but I got up today and I'm like, you know what we need to do, Dan? Along with, we got Godzilla Wins and all that. We got a whole sports network. I'm about to start, we're going to start our own polling company. That's right. We're going to just let's just start our own polling company. Let's call it JFMN Polls, or we can call it Godzilla Polling, or
I like that.
Godzilla Polling.
Godzilla Polling. Yeah,
Let's call it Godzilla Polling. Hashtag Godzilla Polling.
Godzilla Poll. You could have Godzilla wins and then Godzilla polls.
Godzilla Polls. Should we call it Godzilla Polls or Godzilla Polling?
That's a good question.
Let's have.
I kind of like polls. I kind of like polls because it's just shorter.
Go on the Getter chat. You guys like Godzilla?
Yeah, let's see what they say.
Polls.
Yeah, I'll find out. All right, my Getter amigos. Let me know.
Sponsors. Now, of course, the Godzilla polls. Well, they'll just be our polls. So we don't need no stinking metrics. We don't need no stinking badges, as they said in what was that? The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. What was that? Eli Wallach. I don't need no stinking badge. I need no badge. I don't need nothing.
And then, of course, in Troop Beverly Hills, it was, we don't need no stinking patches. But
we don't need no stinking patches. No badges.
I love that. I love Troop Beverly Hills, by the way.
We don't need no stinking badge. We'll just have our own polls. Godzilla polls. I like that. Godzilla polls. Let's go hashtag Godzilla polls. And we'll just make up stuff like they do.
And the neat thing about that is polls can be a noun, polls can be a verb. It's
it's polls. I mean, we can poll internally, like you and Coleman,
That's right.
Poll the people in the company. We can poll the WVSN writers. I mean, there's all sorts of things that we can just put a poll up on the internet, have people weigh in and say, hey, there it is, right?
Yeah.
And then we'll have Trump's approval rating up by 50. We'll be like,
it's settled.
I mean, it's settled. I go on Real Clear Politics this morning for a laugh, just for a laugh, right? Because it's all fake polls. So I go on there for a laugh, and there's one poll that's got Trump's approval rating. He's down by 40. 40. 60 disapprove, 20 approve. He's down by 40. There's another poll that's got LCN up by 17 points in Michigan. I mean, they've got Rogers at 33%. He's up 50 to 33. I mean, this stuff is insane, and they publish it. It's on Real Clear Politics polling. So I think we should start. Let's call Stephanie Bulhaya, and let's just start our own polling firm, Godzilla Polling, and we'll do polls.
Well, I think I said it last week on one of my Dan Hobgood reports. We don't have reporters really in the media, the mainstream media these days. We just have rooters. They're rooters. They're not reporters. They're interested in confirmation bias rather than actually.
Well, that's a nice way of putting it. I call them clowns.
Yeah, well, that too.
It's like you go to the circus, and you got the clowns on the unicorns, right? These are clowns. Basically, they're here to entertain you and make you laugh. Eat some cotton candy and then, throw up when the whole thing's over. That's basically it. The whole thing is a joke from day one. I mean, you look at these polls, and I'm telling you guys, I'm going to be talking about this every day because you just can't get beyond this because they are so absurd. Is there anybody listening to right now in their right mind that is going to tell me that a Muslim jihadist communist in Michigan who won his primary by 1 point over another liberal, but she wasn't like a communist jihadist that basically won a show that said, we deserve 9/11. You're going to tell me that he's got a 17-point lead in Michigan. I mean, it's so ridiculous. It's beyond the comprehension of the pale in even reporting it. But these guys, everybody wants to sue them that did the fake poll. I give them credit. They basically proved how stupid the media is. They never checked it. They just ran with it simply because it was what they wanted to say. If I put a poll out today on Godzilla polls, no metrics, and say we have a margin of error of 4.5%, and we're projecting the Democrats they've got a 15-point generic lead, and they're going to win 57 seats. I'd be on CNN. They don't have to. That's the narrative. Yes, we love this guy. Isn't he a Trump guy? And he's saying they're going to get beat. They're going to lose 57 seats. Let's get him on at 8 o'clock, prime time, baby. Let's go. What are your metrics? None. I'm doing a social experiment. That's what they said. They're doing a social experiment. I mean, everybody's mad at them. I laughed my ass off because you were too stupid. Here's what they proved. You were too stupid to even check out a crosstab. You didn't care. All you knew is Hong up by 20 in Wisconsin. Bass up by 12 in LA. Let's go. Truth and clarity. Thanks for tuning me in. Do you have fun with me in the morning or what? Man, all day long, these naysayers. Oh my God. I don't know how you guys get through a day without me. I really don't. That's all somebody told me they turned Bannon on the other day. It's all doom and gloom. Richard Barrage, doom and gloom. This guy, doom and gloom. Everybody's doom and gloom. We're going to win. The numbers prove it out. They are not going to win with jihadist communists that want to blow you up and turn you into Cuba. They are not going to win any of these races, folks. All you got to do is get out there and vote. Oh, the Trump voters are so depressed, they're not going to vote. Nobody's going to vote. We all hate Trump. Oh my God, nobody's coming out. It's going to be a disaster. You know anybody that's staying home and they're going to let the jihadist communists take over? Have you talked to anybody who said, I'm staying home or I'm voting for the communists? No. Except when you talk to the, typical libtards. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Your calls when I get back. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. And while I'm on this break, I'm going to have another sip of my 1775 coffee. Dark roast, baby. Let's go. Stay with us.
Tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Luxpear 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Meta-analysis studies show that, contrary to what we thought, masks really do work in preventing infection.
No doubt.
So no doubt.
So when you find out you were wrong, you don't double down.
People should not be walking around with masks.
You're sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this.
Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. Right now, the message is the vaccines are very effective in preventing serious disease.
So the data are very, very clear that A, you need a booster.
The nature of those viruses that were studied were evolutionarily so far distant from what turned out to be SARS-CoV-2 that no matter what you did with those viruses, you would not be able to do that. Obviously, there are two possibilities that are being entertained, and I think we need to keep a completely open mind until we have definitive proof.
Dr. Fauci, did you delete any emails or records related to the Wuhan lab or the origins of the virus?
No, I did not. I am very happy to testify before any congressional oversight committee. I have nothing to hide. On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. I have not been misleading the American public under any circumstance.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, our new polling company, just launching it now. I just got a website done. GodzillaPolls.com. Dan, you can't make this stuff up. I just came up with this today. This thing's going to go viral. I mean, we're going to have polls on everything. We're going to have social polls. We're going to go into predictive betting markets. This thing is going to be huge. I got to put some X's up. Let's go. Too bad Tina's off this week. I'd get her on. It's good to have you, though. Lots going on. Don't forget, Game On Sports, 6 to 7 p.m. at night. Tonight is Big Ten analysis. That's right, Big Ten football analysis with yours truly. They got Maryland, Dan, at 4.5 wins on the season. Over, under. Maryland football, 4.5. What do you think I'm going to bet, Dan? Take a guess.
I think you're taking the over.
Over, baby. Let's go. Win 5 games, Maryland football. Fear the turtle. 888-480-JOHN.
I like turtles.
This coffee is really good, man. Coffee is so good. 1775 coffee. And another announcement they're going to make all day. Download the TV app, Apple Store or Google Play. All you got to do is download the app. Go to JF. Just put in the search bar JFMN.TV, JFMN.TV, and the app is there. Is there a chat on the app? No. This is a TV app. There's no chat. We can't be monitoring that. It's a TV app. You just hit the app, the TV show comes on, and you're good to go. Download it now. Do me a favor. Do me 2 favors. Get your 1775 coffee and download your free app. I'm like Santa Claus. All I do is give things away. Unbelievable. But I did lose weight. Okay. We want to get to phone calls. Let's see. According to Godzilla polls, should it be polls or polling? Which rolls off the tongue, Dan? Make a command decision.
I like polls.
You like polls?
I like polls.
I like turtles.
I like turtles. Where is it here?
I like turtles.
There we go. That could be our first poll. Do you like turtles or not?
Yes, that's our first poll. Do you like turtles? I'm going to put that up on the internet. That's going to be our first poll. Do you like turtles? Do you like turtles? It's our first poll. Yes or no? I'm writing that down. You think I'm kidding? Then I'm going to send it to the administrators at the University of Maryland.
Yeah, they're going to be like, what the heck is this?
Godzilla polls or Godzilla polling? I still haven't made my decision. You like polls. Somebody weigh in. Polls. First person on the chat on the Getter chat that weighs in, we'll go with that. Just the first one. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. Lori in Columbus, you're my barometer, and I know you're tuned in. Lori, do you like Godzilla polls or Godzilla polling? Text me. Okay, let's get to the phone lines. What is this opening title? We're going to win. What is that, Dan?
Oh, that was just my suggestion for the first segment. I was just sending you that.
I already got the first.
Yeah, you said so. Yeah, we have it. So it's all good. I was just making a nomination,
dude. I made my living writing headlines. Like, I don't think so. But good try. No idea is a bad idea. Who is it that says that? Ann? No, it's me that says that. Ann's like, yes, there are bad ideas that really suck. Okay, let's get to the phone line. Steve Areno in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Steve, you're live, line 1.
Thank you for taking my call, Chairman Fredericks, and I refer to it as the Commonwealth.
Commonwealth.
The commies have taken over. But, I'm calling. My topic is you and your current campaign, which back on August 7th, you asked me to make a donation to your campaign, and I looked at the link and I couldn't find a way to make a donation.
Well, we haven't put it
And
up yet.
then-
We haven't put it up yet. We got a ballot challenge that we have to get through. Somebody's challenging how we did our signatures. So, but it's a good question. That'll get resolved in probably the next 7 days. And can't really.
Strangely enough, though.
Yeah, you got to get on the ballot. I got enough signatures. They challenged it. My opponent challenged it. This is what's funny about the communists, right? They're all for democracy, all democracy. So I get plenty of signatures again on the ballot, and they challenged it because my campaign manager signed the form in the wrong place. Therefore, they're challenging my candidacy. But hey, we're for democracy. We want everybody to run. But somebody, Christina Goodlander signed her signature. She put it on the wrong page, and therefore they're challenging my ballot access. I mean, it's these people are laughable, right? They're such hypocrites. I mean, why are you challenging me? Like, I got the signatures are valid, right? I've got plenty of signatures. They're all valid. We all check them out. And the challenge and the DC Board of Elections are great, and they might go with us on it. But basically, they said, Christina signed one of my ballot that she submitted a ballot petition where she wasn't there because I got the signatures. Well, she just signed the wrong one by mistake. She was in a hurry, and but it's got nothing to do with the signatures. But that's what they challenged, and they got a lawyer. They hired a lawyer for a hearing. Like, you hired a lawyer? Are you kidding me? I thought you guys were all for democracy. Yeah, except when you guys get challenged by somebody who's going to win. Then you got to kick them off the ballot. So I'll get all that resolved, and then we'll put a link up. But thank you for asking, Steve. Thank you.
I do want to point out that when I couldn't find the link, I thought it was very strange when on August 10th, Monday, I received an email from WinRed, which, handles your donations. And they were saying that my donation was being returned to me. And I'm like, wait a second, I couldn't make a donation. How could you be returning it? And then when I looked into the information specifically as to the donation, it was a donation that I had made back on June 16th.
So the way it works is in my chairman's campaign, the maximum donation from any one individual was $200. So you exceeded that, you donated $225, and then we returned the $25. So once we went through an audit, before we submitted it to the Board of Elections, you had donated $225. Thank you. So we returned the $25 because we follow the rules. So that's why you got your $25 back. So hold the $25, and when I get ballot access and we put the whole thing up, you'll be my leading fundraiser. How's that?
Okay, but that wasn't me because I bought a ticket to your victory party. And
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Your total donation to my chairman campaign, however you did it, maximum $200. You gave $225, therefore you got $25 back. And could we have kept it? Yes, but we follow the rules to the T. And Christina found that and sent it to you back through WinRed. But thank you.
Okay,
Anything else?
My victory party donation was different than donating.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't. The way they looked at it, that was going to my campaign. And so you can't separate it out. But I do appreciate it. Really, I do. But save the 25 for the next time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
I'm working on it. You're a good guy, Steve, and thank you for the call. Save that $25. Okay, what do we got here? Dave in Arizona. Dave, if you're going to tell me that J.D. Vance should go in there and hit the gavel, I'm going to go to the next caller. Go ahead.
No, first I wanted to complain. You were making my ears bleed, making me listen to the Garden Gnome Fauci fraud. That's really inhumane to your callers on hold.
Oh, it's diabolical.
The thing I wanted no, it's all good. The thing I wanted to do is I wanted to thank you for talking to Zach Kraft yesterday. I didn't get to listen live. I listened to it this morning. And you were manifesting that I'm going to win tickets and be front row to see President Trump. It'll be the 14th time I've seen him. And I'm always in the front row because I show up 5 days early.
I cited I cited your name in that interview.
You did. You gave me a hat tip. You said, so let's say I'm a voter. I'm somebody that wants to go. My friend Dave in Arizona. How does he sign up? How does he get tickets? How does he win? Does he get airport or hotels? Zach's like, no, you got to take care of the rest of the stuff.
I got
But
your
it'll
back,
be the best,
Dave.
the
Dave,
best
I got
lunch
your
you'll
back.
ever
Dude.
have.
What other national radio?
Yeah, no, I
host-
appreciate it.
I got your back, dude.
Yeah.
You know, you call in, you get up
You're the
at like
best.
3 in the morning.
I appreciate you, Godzilla.
I got your back, dude. All right, Dave, what else? Give me some new information. What do you think of Godzilla polling? I think you like Godzilla polls or Godzilla polling?
I chimed in on the Getter stream. I jumped over there when you mentioned that. I like polls better. I'm with Dan.
All right, polls.
Polls is better than polling.
Godzilla
and
poll.
it gives you the optionality because he mentioned it's a verb and noun as well. I think that gives you more flexibility.
I like it. GodzillaPolls.com.
So that's my 2 cents.
I like it.
Yeah.
Dave, thank you. And
All right.
Are you going to Dallas?
I'm going to try to. I might contact Admiral Bannon and see if he needs any help on the media team.
Yeah.
See what I can do.
I think
for
they're going
him.
to have a media row. I assume Bannon's going to be there, right? I don't know.
I would imagine so. I haven't talked to him about it yet, but I'll ask him later this week and see what's going on. Yeah, he was. I mentioned to you when I talked to you outside the bus. You know, you guys really changed my life back on the 22nd of October, 2019. And he was nice. He hooked me up with some tickets and a pass at the Grapevine event at the Gaylord. So that was amazing. That was my first CPAC.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. Well, hopefully we'll talk soon. Dave, thank you for the call and thank you for the kind words. Appreciate you. Let's get to Melvin in Saratoga Springs, New York. Melvin, great to hear from you.
Yes, well, thank you, John, for taking the call. Yeah, I think it should be John Fredericks Godzilla poll of the day.
Poll of the day. That's a great idea. Writing all this down. Poll of the day. That's good.
You spoke about you had the West Virginia Mountaineer ad or whatever it was on the air a little while ago, and a friend of mine that I grew up with here in Saratoga Springs was the MVP of the 1981 Peach Bowl that for West Virginia that defeated Florida Gators that year. Mickey Walzak. He and I grew up together. The family and all. A small town like Saratoga, everybody knows everyone.
Right.
And we grew up together. And the other thing that I wanted to speak about, I mentioned it. Excuse me, I'm a little out of breath. I'm doing a stall right now, John. About this Minnesota incident that, what's his name, Keith Ellison and Walls is trying to imprison and have extradited back to Minnesota from Texas a ICE agent that these two illegals approached and came at him. One had a shovel, and the other one had a broom handle, and he had to, discharge his weapon and shot the guy in the leg. Now you got Walls and Ellison trying to put this guy away for the rest of his life. Now, how in the hell can these two criminals who knew what was going on with this Somali fraud out there, how are they still walking around free as a bird? I'm kind of wondering what's wrong with President Trump's DOJ. It seems as though there's nothing being done to these two criminals, Walls, Ellison, and it's just I'm hot, man. I'm teed off. That why are these guys being prosecuted for their involvement? I mean, they were complicit. They knew what was going on out there. I'm pretty doggone sure, but these guys, they're still free. President Trump, if you're listening, how come there's no heat being applied to these two criminals that knew as well what was going on? They had to know. Nobody knows. Nobody has money, allocated or in their budgets, and don't know how it's being spent or how it's being stolen. And they had to be in on it. That was the question, John.
Listen, the whole thing is really sick. I mean, the country's gone sick. And all of these people walk free. They've all committed all kinds of crimes or incompetence or whatever, all this fraud, and they're walking around trying to extradite people. They should be, like Ralph Norman said in that debate, orange jumpsuits. I mean, he's absolutely correct. But they're never going to get prosecuted. Nothing will ever happen. It only happens to us, right? And it's a sad state of affairs where this country has gone. And now we've got $40 trillion in debt. Nowhere in my lifetime did I ever think we'd hit $40 trillion in debt. I remember when Obama was there and it went from 8 trillion to 10 trillion. And I remember getting, Kane and Warner on my show from Virginia and saying, what number bothers you? And they're like, well, we hit about 15 trillion. That's going to be a problem. We're at $40 trillion, dude. $40 trillion. There is no way to pay this back. I mean, it is going to eventually engulf our entire GDP, and economically, this country is going to collapse when you cannot sustain this level of debt, and there's no appetite to cut any spending anywhere. We increased the budget by $2 trillion with COVID, and with Biden, COVID's over, and they never cut it back. They didn't cut a dime out of it. It's the same budget. They just moved around the money. It is unbelievable. You look at the fraud, but I can tell you what. One thing they fixed was the SBA, because I've gotten several SBA loans. This last one under the Kelly Loeffler regime has been the toughest and the most stringent because they've clamped down. And so, I mean, the stuff that, like, I've had to provide double what I did with any of the other SBA loans for basically the same, type of business, buying radio stations. We don't have a problem with it. It's a good thing. But, hopefully they've clamped down in the other agencies as well. I mean, we got our loan, but I mean, I had to give them like a detailed pro forma by account, with a 2-year basically run sheet and every expense detailed, and they asked questions. I mean, I had never done that before. So, and our credit is stellar. But look, they want to make sure that the people that are getting the money have the ability to pay it back, and their business plan makes sense. So I get that. But it's all good. Thank you. Hey, by the way, I know I keep putting this off, but it looks like our horse at Colonial Downs, Baymont Parfait, it looks like, if I had to guess right now, he'll be running on Sunday, August the 30th at Colonial Downs. He had a respiratory problem. They had to scope him a few times, get that cleared up. Apparently his last workout, he got a clean bill of health. And there should be something. We're entering him in on Sunday the 30th. So I'll keep you posted on that. Dave in Montpelier, Virginia. Dave, you're live. Line 1, go.
Hey, good morning, John. I had a positive thing to brighten your day. One of Fauci's closest researchers pleaded guilty in federal court to basically everything. Destroying evidence, using private servers to obscure funding. And, he basically said, yeah, we did it all. Have you heard about that?
Oh, yeah. Morgan Griffith spent a half hour on it yesterday at the 8 o'clock hour in detail. And he believes that the reason why he got such a light sentence is because he is going to flip on Fauci.
I think so too. Yeah. Well, this is a bright ray of sunshine, I think.
Well, sure. Yes, no doubt. All right. Thank you. Let's go to. I guess that's it, right? No more callers. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Oh, by the way, Phil Klein is not with us today, Dan. He's on a cruise with his wife in Alaska, one of those cruises out there. I want to get to Hannity. We're going to go to cut 4. This is what's wrong with conservative media. So Hannity gets Darlene Graham on, and because Trump backed her, now they're all sucking up to her. And this is a ridiculous segment. I mean, this is not even a serious, this is like, oh, it's okay. Darlene, it's okay. You don't even know where Taiwan is on a map. It's okay, but I'm sure you know a lot about the Middle East and Europe, but it's okay. Cut 4. Nonsense.
Yeah. And to be fair, if people want to judge you on the South China Sea and Taiwan, okay, I think that's fair. But I bet, based on all your time with your brother, that you know probably everything about the Middle East because he went on one trip after another to every country in the Middle East. And I know you know a lot about Europe and the Ukraine-Russia situation because he went to Ukraine more than any other senator. And you even said in our interview that you were going to focus more on domestic issues than your brother did. I mean, you were very clear.
Absolutely. I know national security is important. We have a wonderful commander-in-chief. I know that we need to stand with the Israel, and the issues in Iran are serious. I understand all that. But again, I'm focused on the issues for everyday people in South Carolina that are struggling to make ends meet. So that's where I really want to focus. Another concern from the debate I have last night is my opponent said he was going to cut Social Security. That's very concerning to me. He also talked about creating a pathway for illegal immigrants. So that's another concern I have.
Yeah, well,
You can't be serious. You can't be serious that South Carolina Republicans are going to send this unqualified woman to the United States Senate. You have got to be kidding me. I mean, of all the things, first of all, that Hannity thing is a joke. Oh, would you like a hot cup of coffee or a cold soft drink? Are you comfortable? I bet the campaign has been really grueling on you. Would you like a pillow? Is that chair? I mean, stop. Okay. What's your favorite ice cream? I bet you know a lot about ice cream. Joke interview, joke candidate, complete joke. I don't care if Trump's backing her or not. There's not a person, a serious person, that can look at that debate, listening to my show or viewing it, look at that candidate, and think that this is anywhere near a serious campaign. We've got $40 trillion in debt. We've got a war. We're hanging by a thread. We got a communist onslaught. We have a conservative state that is going to put in a long-term Republican senator. And you're going to vote for Darlene Graham, who you don't know anything about, where she stands, no experience, can't find half these countries on a map, and you're going to vote for her. You got to be kidding me. You have just got to be kidding me. And now we're doing a rally for her in Myrtle Beach. That's even more embarrassing. More embarrassing is the rally. I don't know. What am I missing here? What am I missing? Something. I guess I'm missing something. John Fredericks Media Network with your calls, 888-480-JOHN.
100.5, 107.7, 92.7 FM, AM 820, and WJFB Portsmouth, AM 1650.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. On the heels of President Trump's announcement that he plans to meet with North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un by year's end, there's word of another North Korean missile launch. South Korea's military says the North has fired off roughly 10 short-range ballistic missiles toward the sea. Another night of terror for war-weary civilians in Ukraine as Russia launches yet another large-scale attack. The BBC's Dan Johnson is in the capital, Kiev.
Air raid sirens sounded across the city, quickly followed by the impact of around 20 Russian missiles. Targets are as yet unclear, but a children's hospital and a school were damaged and power supplies were disrupted for some communities. There are reports of people trapped in a residential building and a bomb shelter. A large proportion of the country was under prolonged air raid alert through the night because of incoming missile and drone attacks.
Reports of at least a dozen people killed. The national debt has hit another record high, soaring to $40 trillion and still growing. President Trump continues to rail against Fed interest rate policy.
We have a very powerful country, and we're powering through these ridiculous interest rates. It's a very unfair system, and I've said it now for a long time. When our country does well, interest rates should go down. I mean, every time I hear our country's doing well, I say, oh, it's too bad. because they lift up interest rates. They should drop interest rates because it means we have a strong country.
Federal aviation safety investigators converging on an airport near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. That's where a small plane, a Cessna, collided last evening with a state police helicopter. It was on a training mission. The pilot of the plane was killed. 2 state troopers were injured. On Wall Street, the Dow futures are down 61 points. NASDAQ futures 38 points higher. And the S&P futures are off a fraction. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Are you carrying more than $10,000 in credit card debt? Do you feel like you're running on a financial treadmill, making payment after payment, month after month, yet never getting ahead? If you're tired of watching your hard-earned money disappear into interest charges, there may be options available to help you take back control of your finances. At Total Financial Freedom, they'll show you what qualified consumers may be able to save through programs designed to help them resolve debt faster than making minimum payments alone. The consultation is free, confidential, and comes with absolutely no obligation. Why spend years, sometimes decades, paying thousands in interest when there may be a better path forward? Total Financial Freedom is a Christian-owned company that has helped thousands of Americans pursue financial freedom for nearly 20 years and is proudly A+ rated and accredited by the Better Business Bureau. Call now and ask how you can receive a complimentary copy of The Debt Dietitian. Stop running in place. Start moving toward financial freedom at 866-844-7344. 866-844-7344.
Editorial independence, or the lack thereof, leads to a rift between the Pentagon and a news organization serving the military community.
Longtime Stars and Stripes publisher Max D. Lederer Jr. has announced his retirement, citing differences with the direction of the Pentagon's leadership, as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's Pentagon seeks to exert editorial control. 4 months ago, the person tasked with safeguarding the publication's independence, Jacqueline Smith, was fired. Stars and Stripes is partly funded by the Pentagon and has recently been at the forefront of some of the reporting on conditions for sailors aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln and concerns for their mental health during the aircraft carrier's long deployment, concerns that President Donald Trump has downplayed. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
People on Hawaii's Big Island are still struggling to recover from last week's hurricane. Authorities say left 2 people dead. News and analysis, townhall.com. The initial results of a study of an experimental cancer treatment are encouraging.
Moderna and Merck are developing an mRNA-based cancer vaccine designed to be tailored to individual patients based on unique mutations within their tumors. They're pairing a new Moderna drug with Merck's immunotherapy drug Keytruda. The company said patients in a study who received the combination live longer without cancer returning or metastasizing than patients who got Keytruda alone. Bob Agnew reporting.
A judge is set to consider whether to grant Texas teen Carmelo Anthony a new trial following his murder conviction in the stabbing death of a 17-year-old athlete at a high school track meet. The judge who presided over the trial earlier this summer has been removed from the case, and a new judge has been assigned to consider the motion from Anthony's attorneys requesting a retrial. Anthony was convicted of murder, and he was sentenced to 35 years in prison in June. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
I spent my career building a business, but I couldn't stand by while Washington spent money it didn't have. So I got in the fight, and I never forgot who elected me. This election is about the America we pass on to your family and mine. We inherited freedom. Now it's our turn to defend it, to strengthen it, and to leave America stronger than we found it. You shouldn't have to guess where your next senator stands. With me, you already know. I'm Ralph Norman, and I approve this message.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pier 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
It's great to have you with us. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Don't forget, download a free TV app. Hey, we got that. We got to get a graphic for that, right, Dan? I know. I think Al did Al's doing a video ad. I know he did a radio ad. I heard it play a little bit earlier, so good job there. But get with Tina. We need to get a video on that, so a graphic up. But my TV app just launched yesterday. It's so cool. This is how cool it is. You can get our programming from 6 a.m. until 7 p.m. Monday to Friday, straight live TV. Everything is live. It's John Fredericks, Wendy Bell. It just goes right down the line. Rob Carson, Michael Patrick Leahy, and then Game On America Sports. That's right. It's so cool. So check it out. And you're going to enjoy it a lot. It's going to be so much fun. Don't miss a day. Just go to the App Store or Google Play and put in JFMN.TV, JFMN.TV. It's going to come right up. You download it, and you are good to go. Thank you. And it's always great to be with you and great to be with our callers, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Do you have your medical emergency kit yet? Because that's why I never get sick. Well, though, Dan, I do want you to cover for me on, write this down, I forgot to tell you today, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. You can do the show, your first one. If you're going to be in town, write it down, and you can do the whole show.
Let's
Wednesday
do it.
Before Thanksgiving. You want to do that?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll have fun.
I'm leaving Tuesday after the show. Don't call me. We'll call you. Thanksgiving vacation. And yeah, we're going to Vegas for a vacation. Jack's meeting us there, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So it's I love doing Vegas on Thanksgiving. So much fun, and whether it's going to be nice, be hanging out at the pool. The best thing about going to Thanksgiving on to Vegas is at 9 a.m. the Lions game comes on. Like that, I just think that's so much fun. So get up, have a cup of coffee. Oh, the Lions are on. Who we betting? The Lions, because I always bet them at home. So win or lose, I bet the Lions in Dallas. Doesn't matter what the spread is, who they're playing. That's what I bet every Thanksgiving. So why change now after 50 years?
Jeff, I don't know if I ever told you this, but my childhood sports hero was Barry Sanders. So
oh, he was
and I got to meet him a few years ago. Man, just like you would have thought. I mean, such a down to earth, decent, wonderful guy. I just loved Barry Sanders growing up.
You know, he scored a touchdown, and you know how they spike the football and they do the
never
dances.
Would. Yep, never would.
He would hand the ball
to the ref.
He just handed it to him.
I love that. And I tell people all the time, look, if Barry Sanders wasn't good enough to celebrate, then neither are you. Because he was the best. He was great.
I never get sick. Why? The wellness company. If you've not signed up for this and you've not ordered this, you're really shortchanging yourself and your family. And I say this to you in all seriousness, from the bottom of my heart. This has been one of the greatest things that Ann and I have ever done in my family, is get the emergency kit from the wellness company, because every time I start to get sick, everything is here. We never have to go to the emergency room or any of that. All the drugs are here. The guidebook is here. We have utilized this now for years, over and over. It continues to get replenished. It is one of the greatest things that you could possibly do. I ask everybody to get one of these, and it's so easy to do. Just go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla. Put in promo code Godzilla. You're going to get 10% off. You'll engage with one of their doctors, because these are prescription meds. So you have to go through an online form with them and be sure that what they're giving you is okay. You want to do that. And then you have it. It's there. And travel with it. Keep it on hand. Keep it with your family, because you never know when one of these is going to come in. It's got Z-Pak, hydroxychloroquine. It's got everything you need for anything that could possibly come up. We got these viruses going around. We got these, everybody's getting diarrhea. We got another salmonella, whatever that's called, is outbreak. That they got drugs in here for that. You fix it. Instead of being out a week, you're out a day. Just go to twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla. Do it now, and you're going to thank me later. Best thing that you can do for you and your family, 100%. And thank you for that. Okay, let's get to a couple of things that I want to go over. Let's start with Cut 7. Here's Secretary Duffy saying that we're building factories all over the United States. We're building factories because of Trump's tariffs. We're building factories, and manufacturing is coming back, and it's very exciting. And this is one of the things that we've been saying forever. Cut 7, roll it.
Listen, I think President Trump, Secretary Hegseth are leading when it comes to ensuring that we're rebuilding the military and revitalizing the defense industrial base. Having a healthy defense industrial base can only help us when it comes to ensuring that we have an adversary. That's true in today's fight and tomorrow's fight. And so this deal that we've rolled out is a great deal for America. It's an opportunity for us to rebuild the military and create multiples of production on a combat-proven missile, the Tomahawk missile, that is sought after worldwide. We've created 3,000 jobs in Tucson just for the Raytheon factory alone, let alone the entire supply chain. And we're building the workforce, we're building the supply chain, and we're building the factories that we need to ensure that we will have a military that's prepared to fight any enemy for the next generation.
Makes sense. I mean, all these great things that President Trump does goes unnoticed in the fake news. You know that, right? Let's get to 10 here. Here's the Democrat Socialists for America co-chair, their national co-chair. This is why we're going to win, folks. This is why we're going to win. Here's their national co-chair saying that the revolution in Cuba led to an expansion of great things like universal health care. They're riding bicycles. They have no money. Their people are starving. They have no electricity. But hey, it's a great system they got going on there. If only we were like Cuba, we could starve too. Cut 10, take a listen.
Everywhere. So if we want to improve
and
conditions
Fidel
for
Castro
Cubans,
was a beacon of democracy?
I wouldn't say that. I think that the revolution in Cuba led to an expansion of things like universal health care. That's actually been a model. That Cuba exports medical care to countries that have very poor infrastructure themselves. There are things like that we could have in the United States the way that it exists in Europe or in so many other countries, but we don't have that. So there are plenty of things that could change and improve in Cuba, that Cuban people would speak for themselves, but Cubans have to be the ones deciding Cuba's future. And we have to support from the United
These people are winning elections. Do you understand? They're winning Senate elections in Florida. They're winning Senate elections all over the country. Blue in first it was blue Northeast states. Now it's the South. Then it was first it was blue. First it was the inner cities. Then it was out west. Then it was the Midwest. Now it's the South. They're nuts. They want us to be like Cuba. We could learn a lot from Cuba. Yeah, political prisoners, starvation, death, and disease, and bicycles. Yep, we could learn a lot. They do have universal health care. Of course, nobody can get health care, but if they could get it, it would be free. But they can't get it. Stop and think of what they're doing. This is real. We've been saying it. This is a real threat, but they're taking the party over. Okay, they nominated Angie Nixon in Florida. She's going to be at the top of the ticket. She's going to cost them 2 seats in the House. She is going to get eviscerated by Ashley. Eviscerated. She's going to lose by 15. That is going to hurt the down ticket, but they don't care because they're not after winning. They're after taking over the Democratic Party, which I'm all in favor of. And then we have a real choice, MAGA versus commies. And Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly and Alex Jones and those other clowns, MTG, can get their 2% of the vote. Who cares? It's a clickbait clown car. That's all these people are. So unbelievable. Cuba is the new model for the DSA, and Cuban people should decide. Well, if it was up to the Cuban people, they'd have thrown these guys out years ago. If it's up to the Cuban people and you try to do something, you either get shot or end up in a prison. This is how moronic these people are. Unbelievable. Here's Jason Chaffetz calling out John Ossoff for punching down. 11. Take a listen.
Well, after a lot of backlash, Ossoff attempted to clean up what he'd said.
See, he doesn't want to do the job. He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar.
Why'd you decide to invoke Natalie Harp specifically in that speech?
Here's the point. We're in wartime. The commander-in-chief has mired us in this geopolitical disaster. People have lost their lives. Our naval logistics are frayed. The global energy system is in crisis. And he retreats into this bubble of West Wing aides who are his security blanket to make him feel good about himself.
But I tell you, Jason, when he started off with here's the point, I thought he was going to say, I have no policy ideas. I'm out of material, so I'll talk about this.
John Ossoff, he is the political scum that is an embarrassment to this country. Natalie Harp, who I've known for years, she's a bone cancer survivor, for goodness sake. She works harder than just about anybody I can possibly know. Yeah, she works in close proximity to the president, and thank goodness, because she's got her heart and her mind in for the United States of America, and she serves the president of the United States, for goodness sake. He does this just to get political points, to try to raise money. That's the political scum that this country is just absolutely just abhors. And how dare he? He does it all to get political power, to try to raise money. He should be apologizing to that, to her family, and to the country. If you want to go after the principal, you want to go after Donald Trump, great. You want to go after J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio and have a beef with them, that's fine. But the staff, that's out of bounds. She does not deserve this. It demands an apology. And there's nothing more disgusting than a guy like that.
He's up by 7. He's going to win in Georgia. Yay. Speaking of Georgia, and our station there, WMLB AM 1690. That station, we are selling it. We do have a buyer. It has been submitted. It's a matter of public record. It's been submitted to the FCC. We expect that to close in the next couple of months. And we are exiting the market from radio as we continue to expand our vision in another direction that doesn't include Atlanta right now. So, and that is likely to be taken over by another broadcaster through what is called a licensed management agreement on September 1st, although that is not 100% done. That is the anticipation right now. So come September 1st, the John Fredericks Media Network will no longer be in control of AM 1690. The app will be off, and the programming there will be whatever the new owners decide to put on it. I have no idea. Not my business. Don't know, don't care. Just like when I buy a station, nobody cares what my programming is. They're selling it. It no longer fits our long-term strategic growth plan. So that is the deal there. And so if you're on WMLB right now, AM 1690, you got about 11 days. And it looks like that programming will be changing, and that probably will get sold somewhere in October or early November. So that's my update. More as it comes. Line 1, Killer Carl. Great to have you. Go.
Hey, Johnny. Hey, listen, I want to talk a minute about Aline, if you don't mind. You know, I just came back from vacation. I was on vacation in Morehead City, North Carolina. And, you know, I took my shirt off and I looked down and I'm like, man, I look like I'm about 4 months pregnant. So I said, I got to get this lean stuff that John's been talking about. So I ordered it. I'm on it 6 days now. And I got to tell you, buddy, I feel amazing. That midday hunger that you get towards like 3 o'clock, well, that I get towards 3 o'clock, it's gone. I have more energy than I think I've ever had. And you know what? It's a winner, man. It's an absolute winner. And I believe if you go to, it's getlean.com and you use promo code Godzilla, man, you're going to love this stuff. I absolutely love it. And first poll needs to be about Nancy Mace and her tattoos. Sorry.
Why are you infatuated with her tattoos?
I don't know. She looks great. That's why. She looks absolutely great.
I don't know what her future is. You know, I like Nancy a lot. I don't know why her tattoos have become a sensation. I mean, she's got, 2 of them. I've got 12. So what?
Well, I think it's that she posted them in a bikini, you know, so that added a little bit of
spice,
you know,
yeah.
A little bit of spice. And I thought it looked great. Sorry. I thought it looked
great. She's a nice looking lady. No doubt about it. And there's a lot of good things about Nancy. I told her this. I didn't think she should have run for governor. I think she should have held that seat. I think she, was an important voice in Congress. I didn't always agree with her, but I thought she was an important, courageous voice, and I liked her style. I know her well. And but now her career is basically politically. I don't know how she makes a comeback now. I really don't. But that's up to her and her family. She's a good mom, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, maybe that'll be the first poll on GodzillaPolls.com. I got to launch a whole website, GodzillaPolls.com. Too funny. All right, Carl, thank you. And don't forget the Killer Car Show on TV on our new app, Saturdays, 8 to 9 a.m. Dan Hobgood is the host. You can catch him there, 8 to 9 a.m. on Saturdays, and just download our app. All you have to do is go to the Apple Store or Google Play, depending on what device you have. Put in JFMN.TV. Your app comes up, boom. You click it, and you are rocking and rolling. That's all you have to do. Great thing for us, live programming on TV, on our TV channel, on that app, live programming from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Friday. You can also get us, of course, on Roku, Fire Stick, or Apple TV, and soon on Google TV. I think that's in the works now, as I understand it, as well. So we continue to expand and continue to expand our company in areas that we think are strategically significant. And obviously, we don't think Atlanta is at this time. So we're exiting the market. It is what it is. You know, we run a business, and I've got other plans, and that's not one of them. So love Atlanta, love being there. I love my station 1690, the people there. We have a pretty significant audience, a big following, great station, booms out, competes with nothing at the end of the dial, destination station. It's gotten a lot of traction, and we've done well with it. But, you know, our company's evolving, and our expansion, our vision for growth expansion in the future is elsewhere. Also, Atlanta, too far out of my span of control. It's just too far. So we're going to Tennessee and other areas. And you're on the John Fredericks Media Network. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. Here's President Trump. We're going to get to cut 12, saying that he has complete control of the Strait, that we have complete control of the Strait of Hormuz. Cut 12. Take a listen.
The Strait, last night we had a lot of boats come through. We have possession, complete control of the Strait. I mean, outside of nuisance value, and there is nuisance value when they shoot a drone every once in a while, and not everybody's going to go through, but they come through. And over the last couple of weeks, we've had a lot of oil coming out, a lot of oil. It's not going to be perfect, but it's a lot of oil coming out. A lot. In fact, people are amazed. One of the reasons that oil hasn't gone to like the proverbial $300 a barrel, it's at 83, 84, 85. And it'll be a lot lower when this is over because we have plenty of oil. But one of the reasons it never went to the 3 and 350 numbers because we have a lot coming out. And people are finding alternatives too. And you know one of the alternatives? Texas. You know another one? Alaska. Louisiana. They're coming to the United States to get oil. And people say, oh, you shouldn't say that because it makes it sound, well, it is what it is. I mean, they're coming to Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to get oil.
Mr. President,
about what?
Reopen negotiations.
Maybe at some point, but right now, I think the situation is so good, but maybe at some point. Look, it's very simple. They have to get rid of no nuclear weapons. Iran cannot have a nuclear. You know why? Because they'd use it. And we're not going to let them use it. So Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And they won't. Thank you very much. I'm glad you came out. Thank you.
888-480-JOHN. This is President Trump saying the Strait is open. Oil is getting through. And now the good news is we get to get more of our own oil out of Texas, like you said, Louisiana and Alaska. Now, as I said yesterday, this deal with Canada includes getting the Keystone Pipeline, which never should have been suspended. Biden's an idiot. Never should have been suspended. That now would be completed. Oil would be flowing. There'd be no need for this. And basically, at the end of the day, as many people have said, the Strait is ultimately Europe's problem, not ours. But right now, we're in control of it. Ships are moving through. They're being escorted. They're going to continue to do that for the time being until the president decides what he's going to do there long term. This blockade, this wall of steel that we have in Iran, I mean, eventually, they can't move their oil. I mean, you just do the math. Eventually, this thing their country has to collapse when the only export they have is oil and they can't get it out. And they can't even get it out of the black market. And we got all these sanctions. They can't move money. They can't get any money in. And so eventually they just run out of stuff. And so you just stay the course. I'm for more military action, but we'll see what the president wants to do. Here's President Trump 13, and he said now we have no tariffs going into Canada, and he wants Canada to help us build the Keystone Pipeline. Go to cut 13, President Trump again.
We're paying tremendous tariffs into Canada, and those tariffs are going to be totally eviscerated, down to zero.
Is the U.S. going to lower tariffs on Canadian
We're doing certain things. We got to give something, and we're doing certain things. They were paying a high number. We're reducing it a little bit. It's good for everybody. But our farmers are going to be thrilled. Our manufacturers are going to be thrilled. And basically, we have no tariffs going into Canada. Canada was charging us tremendous tariffs. We no longer have any tariffs. And what I was able to do is we put, as you know, under the new tariff, I guess you'd call it the new tariff schedules that we came out with. They were going to get a 50% tariff on everything starting today. And we've held it back 3 days. It's all subject to finalization of documents. So subject to the finalization of documents, we have a deal with Canada, and I think it's a very good deal for both parties. It's great for our farmers. Our farmers will no longer be held up because they were being hurt very badly by Canada. Yeah.
Newly married couples discuss their future life as a family. Often this leads to discussions on the number of children they are planning to have. Typically, the number of children ranges from none to 2 or 3. Family life can be planned thanks to birth control and abortion. But the reality is that God has a birth control plan already established for those who love Him and trust in Him. We are called to live a life of chastity according to our state in life. If you are called to a married life, being open to life according to God's plan is a great gift and probably the greatest challenge in today's modern world. It starts by selecting a spouse who puts God and family first. Then, trust in God's birth control plan where parents are open to life and provide a sanctuary of faith for their family. Allow God, the author of life, to plan your family. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Wagering at its finest, playing at the highest levels, under the highest stakes for more than a decade. This is the world Past the Wire has conquered, bringing you uncompromised thoroughbred authority and elite track data that anchors the game. But the modern wagering landscape is expanding. Every sport, every line, every prop, and every high-leverage future, we decode the metrics across the entire board. From game day spreads to the explosive new frontier of prediction markets and event contracts, we give you intelligence to dominate the modern financial exchanges. Because in the end, it's a battle. You versus the house. You versus the other players. In this arena, we fight with you. We are your ultimate edge. Welcome to the Ultimate Wagering Network. Subscribe to Past the Wire TV and turn on notifications because when the dust settles,
nobody does it better.
Saturday morning, 6 on the radio, 11 on JFMN.TV.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking, free. General admission, free. Memories, priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Socialism failing to work as it always does, this time in Venezuela.
You talk about giving everybody something free, and all of a sudden there's no food to eat. And who do you think is the richest person in Venezuela? The daughter of Hugo Chavez. Hello. Anyway, 0-2.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got him on the John Fredericks Media Network. Ox is in the house. Great to have Dan Oxner in Minnesota. He is the voice of Central Minnesota. It's great to have him on KNSI Radio and across the Central Plains of Minnesota. It's good to have him. We got a Tom Emmer clip coming up. We're going to play that in a second. But Dan, great to have you with us. There he is. Dan, great to have you with us.
Good to see you, Godzilla. How are you doing?
Okay, never better, Dan. You're looking super duper. You guys got a shot to win this Minnesota Senate race with Michelle Tafoya. She's an extraordinary candidate. Every time I see her, she gets better. She's raised a lot of money, and she's running against the communist whack job and Peggy Flanagan. I think you guys are going to be right there.
Well, yeah, there's hope. There's a shot, more than a shot, really. This is exciting. Best opportunity we've had in a really long time. And we're all hoping the Lisa Damuth candidacy for governor also. They make a great team. You know, when they were campaigning in the primary, neither one of them endorsed by the party. And they unofficially partnered up. They did a lot of joint appearances. And they really sell well as a team, I think, too. So hopefully, you know, call it tails or call it the down ballot, oddly. But, you know, if people are voting for Michelle Tafoya for Senate, hopefully they vote for the Republican for governor as well. And we could actually save the state, at least for a few years anyway. But gal darn it, it'd sure be nice to be represented nationally by somebody other than a socialist or somebody other than a super liberal or somebody other than a longtime career politician. You know, we could save a little face here. But historically in Minnesota, I have gone into election night, set up the broadcast table at the big headquarters in Minneapolis, ready for a victorious evening, only to be shot down. So we have to be very cautious about how optimistic we're getting. But big Michelle Tafoya fundraiser last night in my town. You know, everybody's coming out for her, right? All the leaders, all the political leaders, everybody's coming out for her. It's really, really fun to see. So, yep, we have high hopes, sir.
She's a fun candidate. That's the other thing is, you know, she's not, you know, 100% MAGA and all that stuff, but, you know, she'll be a solid Republican, and she's intelligent. She's articulate. And I really do hope she wins, because I think she'll really be, shake things up a little bit. And I loved her with ESPN. I thought she was a great sideline reporter. And I think this is going to be a fun campaign. You know, in order to win, you got to have fun. I mean, I've always said that if you're campaigning and you're sour and dour and it's all business and you're serious, it's tough to win. You got to have some fun. And I think she's going to make this a fun campaign. Hey, what's the deal with somebody told me, I'm sure this is like internet fodder. Somebody told me that Mike Lindell wanted a recount and he got beat by 15. Is that true?
Yeah, I haven't heard any legitimate real coverage of the Mike Lindell response. He hasn't come out and, you know, conceded. He hasn't come out and said, hey, we all got to get behind, you know, the candidate now. The people have spoken. It's not getting a lot of coverage. So you might be hearing more than I am on that. Nobody from the Mike Lindell campaign has reached out to me, Dan the Ox Oxner, ever. Not since the election, not before the election, ever, nothing. So whatever he's doing,
I think they should do that. You know, I'm gonna call Dawn. I'm gonna just write this down. Unfortunately, you know, I forget. I'm too old to be remembering 90 things. But I'm gonna call Dawn.
Is that a bar napkin you're writing on, John? Are we back to the bar napkin thing?
No,
oh, it's a notepad. Okay.
You know, I still have notepads. I'm old school.
Yeah.
Everything I have is written on these pads. But
I have my own, but it's actually my logo. See, you can see my logo.
Very nice.
Here, look at it. There you go.
That's
See?
cool.
Look at
All
that.
right.
Right.
There you go.
Okay.
You're in business. But I think you should come on your show, and I think you should concede, and I think you should endorse Lisa.
Yeah, I do too.
And go campaign for her. I mean, you got beat by 15. I mean, it's not like you got beat by 2 and is there voter irregularities? Mike, you got crushed, okay? You got beat by 15. I mean, you were ahead in the polls, and the polls were fake because you got crushed. And so it is what it is. I mean, you ran a good campaign. It was exciting.
You did good. Yeah.
You did good, and you didn't win. So you don't be grousy. Don't be grousy about it. Just go and back Lisa and, do some fundraisers for her. Let's go and make it a competitive race.
Well, yeah. Again, though, probably not a huge gain to the Lisa Demuth for governor campaign to have him campaigning for her. But the noise of him being out there still trying to say that there might be a chance that he actually did win the election, I think that's the real problem.
I mean, if he's trying to say he won the election, got beat by 15, now we get into just, it becomes ridiculous now.
Oh, and it poisons all of his work that he's done to expose the fraud for the Trump election. So
the real fraud,
poisons it.
Yeah, not I got beat by 15 and somehow election was stolen from me. No, Mike, you got crushed.
Yeah.
Republicans decided you were not a viable candidate for governor. And nothing bad about you. I mean, people run for office all the time and don't win. Doesn't mean anything. You just didn't work. And so, good luck doing what you're doing. But, I love Mike and all that stuff. But let's just get behind the win. I mean, you and I are different. We have nobody's more MAGA than me. But at the end of the day, I'm a political realist. I mean, he got crushed. Lisa has an outside shot. I don't think she can win, but she can compete against Amy Klobuchar. And Michelle Tafoya at the top of the ticket can actually win. So people tell me, oh, she's a rhino. The hell do I care? I mean, the alternative is Peggy Flanagan. Like, what is wrong with us? The alternative is a communist.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take the moderate Republican conferencing with us than I will a communist. I mean, you're not going to get a conservative MAGA candidate winning a primary, winning an election in Minnesota. You're not going to get him winning in Maine. You're just not. You're not going to get it in Michigan. So Mike Rogers, great. Tafoya, great. Collins, great. This is just reality, man. And the people that say, oh, she's a rhino, I'm not going to do anything to help her. What? I mean, we just got to deal with reality here.
She isn't a rhino, for one thing. The term rhino is overused, I think. She's no rhino, for sure. But, John, one of the things that people lose sight of is it's not about Minnesota. The governor's race is about Minnesota. The U.S. Senate race is about the country.
Right.
She'll have a 1 in 100, vote, 1 out of 100 vote that affects everybody equally. Whatever she votes on, whatever she does as a U.S. Senator, every U.S. Senator affects all 50 states, everybody in all the states equally. It has nothing to do with what state they're from. So if the people want to get that one vote on their side, call her a rhino, whatever, 99.5% of the time you're going to agree with her. I think you want that for you and the country.
Well, listen, I think she has a shot. And I want to get behind her, hopefully get her on our show pretty soon. I want to get to Tom Emmer, cut 15. Here's your congressman, my favorite congressman, Tom Emmer. He said the message about the Dems is a total fraud and a lie. Emmer's been on fire. He's been all over the news. He's been on fire. Cut 15. Take a look.
The Democrats are in almost an open civil war right now. You see communists actually running for Congress. Marxists are inside the gate. America's not down for that. And I'm so grateful we have common sense on the ballot. This really is a contrast election between common sense candidates like Governor LePage and crazy. And that's what the other side represents.
Sure, you have to agree with that, Tom. I do understand that. But why do you think, look, we've got $4 gas. The war drags on. President Trump is personally not that popular. Why do you think history is going to be different this time around with all that in the background?
Well, first off, the House doesn't drive that national message, Stuart. The House is 435 seats. Each seat has its own geography, the way it's drawn, and each piece of geography has unique demographics. What we have learned in the last few cycles on the Republican side is you need the candidate or the incumbent to look and sound, be from the district. And then you need to know what the issue or issues are that actually drive your voters out of the House to vote in November. And you just got to have enough money to get get that done. We've been doing this now since the 2018 cycle. Go back to 2018, Trump's first midterm. Do you know, Stuart, that there were over 20 Republicans who were in seats that Hillary Clinton had won in 2016? And if you add up the gross vote totals across the country from that election where we lost 40 seats, the difference was about 120,000 cumulative votes between losing those seats and staying in the majority. So it's already very equally divided. And the difference, mechanically, this is what I'd add to what the speaker said. The map this time, there's over 20 Democrats who are in seats that Donald Trump won. There are only 9 Republicans who are in seats that Kamala Harris won, and 4 of those are in California. We're picking up a seat in Maine. We're picking up a seat in Missouri. We're picking up a seat in Tennessee. We're picking up a seat in Alabama. You just saw last night in Florida, there's going to be gains in Florida. And then forget the map for a second. What Mike didn't talk about is what is the message on the other side. It's just affordability, but they're doubling down on things that are so unpopular, like gender reassignment surgery for all, and biological men competing with biological women. These are not mainstream issues, and I'll leave it at this. The top 50 cities, dense urban areas in this country, in a nationwide vote, account for somewhere under 25% of the total vote. Okay? But those are the people you're hearing from right now.
That's true.
The rest of the country, I believe, is common sense, which is exactly what our speaker is talking about.
80 odd.
Comment, Oxner.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I was all excited to come on your show today and answer your first question by saying, you know, I'm not a national security expert, but I do support our military. It didn't really present itself, but I can use it now. I got to listening to Darlene Graham's response, to that gaffe, if you will, the other night at the candidate forum. And I thought, what do South Carolinians really care about, right? Does the average person in South Carolina care about how she feels about Taiwan? With Tom Emmer, thinking about that, do you really think that if the Democrats got off of the, men and women's sports deal and got off of the transgender surgeries, they could be formidable? They could absolutely be formidable, but as long as they hold on to those things, they're proving that they're out of touch with the proletariat, the electorate. And he's absolutely right. And yesterday I was listening to something, I don't remember where it was, but they were reminding us all politics are local, as we talk about. All politics are based on the district that people are in or the state they want to represent. And so the more people can talk to their constituents and talk to them about things that are really important to them, that will win. The big question, though, Godzilla of truth, and that is the economy. People are having a tough time with the economy. So do the Republicans have the answers for it? It's one thing to be talking about the issues, but do they have the right answers? That'll remain to be seen. So we got a little bit of, my summer of love didn't really materialize as much as I hoped it would, but there's hope that in the next few weeks, things can turn around and we can start feeling better about our pocketbooks.
Gas.
The Trump. Yeah, what was we aired this on the air. I forgot where it came from, but Trump talking about, if people are willing to pay just a little teeny bit more at the pump to keep a nuclear terrorist country from, threatening the whole world. That's a fair statement. But in my town, for instance, they're talking about a $300 to $400 per house property tax increase this year. And everybody's going apoplectic. Like, what in the world? This is a massive tax hike. Well, with an extra $1 per gallon of gas, we're probably paying $1,000 a year extra for gas. So if people start looking at it that way, we're lucky that there's not a total exodus. But it's a perspective thing. Would people be willing to pay extra to keep from a nuclear Iran?
No, they're not. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
It's too far. It's too far removed. The fake news is in overdrive. The election is going to turn on one thing: price of gas. That's it. Nothing else matters, dude. If they get gas prices down, we're going to win, because the Democrats have nothing else to run on. They have no answers. Affordability is a word. They have no plan behind it. They want universal health care. We got a $40 trillion debt. They got communists running around. They're all crazy. They have no answers. They ran in Virginia on affordability. Prices went up. They ran in New Jersey on affordability. Jackie Sherrill won there. Prices are up. So they have no answer. Their only answer is gas. And the problem they've got, and this is what I've been saying, when you run on one thing that you don't control, it's like when Trump in 2018 was trying to run on the stock market was up, and then before the elections it went down and we lost 40 seats. You don't control it. It's dumb. They're running on one thing. And maybe gas will continue to be high and they'll win. But if it drops, they're done. They're going to get eviscerated. And that's the problem they've got. That's why I'm so optimistic as we get this oil flowing. This barrel is going to come down under 70. We're going to get more oil out of Texas. It's going to go to the mid 60s. Gas is going to go to $2.98, and then they're done. So that's why I'm optimistic, Dan. But it all hinges on the price of gas. It's amazing how short-term this country is now, and everybody wants instant gratification, and that right now is at the pump.
And I was thinking about this gassing up yesterday, just kind of running through the numbers. I haven't seen the averages, so forgive me if I'm way off, but just thinking about me, I think I'm an average gas user, maybe even below average. But I'm thinking that I'm paying $100 a month extra. And that's $1,200 a year. And if my property taxes went up $1,200 in 1 year on, say a $400,000 house, I'd be packing up, putting a for sale sign, and moving to a lower tax town. So you're absolutely right, John. We'll have to see where this goes. And the other concern is, and I haven't substantiated this, maybe you've got better information than I do. I haven't been covering this, but the SPOR, right, the Strategic Petroleum Oil Reserve in the country has never been lower. So it's not like we can just flood the market with oil, and I don't know how they can do it.
That's short term anyway. I mean, that's a couple of weeks, and it's 15 cents. What really matters is we've got to get the oil flowing, and we got to keep the strait open, and we got to take control of it. And once we do that, we're going to be in fine shape, and gas prices are going to go down. And the bottom line of this thing is we've got to get more out of Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska. We got to do it now. And if we can do that, and we can get gas under $3 by October, they're done. They don't have anything else to run on but crazy people. So that's why, call me optimistic. Dan, do we have that clip here on Darlene Graham?
We do.
Let's run this. Dan, did you see that debate on Newsmax, Ox?
No, I just saw the clips.
Okay, it was one of the most embarrassing things that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It was, in fact, I'm for Norman. I endorsed him. We're going down there Monday to help him. It was embarrassing. I was embarrassed for the lady. She has no business being there. She has no business being in this campaign. She has no experience. It was a sad example of nepotism. That was embarrassing to me. But here she is again. Can't figure things out. Go ahead. Roll it.
Senator Graham, one of the things I most admire about your campaign is that you try to present yourself as someone who's not a politician. I think all of us here hate politicians who take billions of dollars in super spender money from Silicon Valley. I think we can all agree that we want somebody who works for us and who cares about what we have to say.
I think we all agree on that. Yeah.
And so my question for you, because you're so dedicated to representing your constituents, I want to ask you about a donation that you received on August 16th, I believe, or it might have been the 14th. You received a total of $500,000 from a PAC called American Mission PAC. American Mission PAC is a PAC that gets $20 million from, a massive PAC called Leading the Future. Leading the Future PAC donates to both Republican and Democratic candidates and is funded by Silicon Valley entrepreneurs and OpenAI. One of their major policy concerns is supporting AI and railing against regulations for it. They heavily support data centers. And at a time where 71% of Americans oppose data centers, I want to ask why, if you're dedicated to representing your constituents, why you took that money. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. First, let's talk about data centers, because that's come up multiple times. Obviously, y'all are here supporting Mr. Norman, so that's okay. Okay. But anyway, data centers. Are y'all scared of AI? Do we need to let China take over AI? Is that scary?
We don't need it in our backyards.
Yeah, we don't. And we need community control, community involvement. We need guardrails and regulations in place.
All right, Ox. She didn't answer the question. She's incapable of answering it. She doesn't know where the money came from. $500,000. She took the money, and she says one thing and does another. So it's a clown show going on there. Go ahead and give your whole take on that.
Well, and not even knowing Darlene Graham ever. So it's not like I've spent a lifetime analyzing her and now I'm able to really talk intelligently about it, not living in South Carolina, not seeing a lot of that. But yeah, that, and then of course the talk about Taiwan and supporting the military and all that. This is funny. When I first heard that clip or saw that clip from the other day about the whole Taiwan thing, you came to mind. And I just thought, I bet I know how John feels about this. And what you just said is the perfect articulation. I don't know the other candidates from Adam, right? I don't have any idea who these people are in South Carolina. In all fairness, so I whatever candidate is best, I don't know. But she has no business being in this situation. She's probably great. I mean, any issue with her? I don't even know what to say negative about her, other than, what are you doing playing U.S. Senator? It was really neat to fill in the term. It was really a special moment, to take over for the tragic death of her brother and all that. And I thought that was cool. But that would have been a very gracious and graceful kind of in and out departure. She could go back to her life. This is silliness. And you're absolutely right. She doesn't know the issues. She doesn't know how she feels about the issues. And like I said earlier, her vote, if she's elected, she is 1 out of 100 of the most powerful policymakers voting directly on all of our lives. I think we need something a little bit better there. But what are we seeing? I mean, does the name Graham just automatically get her in? Or can somebody finally say, hey, wait a minute here, this gal, God bless her, but is not up to the task?
She's winning in the polls. Trump is coming there. He endorsed her to Myrtle Beach, I think tomorrow night. So he's going to do a big rally for her. And, I guess according to the polls, she'll likely win. According to the betting markets, Norman's down big. But I've endorsed Norman because to me, it's a clown car. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Country's hanging by a thread. And I don't know anything about Iraq's. And to me, I got Amy Coney Barretted once. I got sucked into that whole nonsense. I got conned by her. I'm a Catholic. I bought into the whole thing. She's Catholic. She's Notre Dame. She's this, she's that. The Federalist Society, this and that. She's going to be great. She got all these kids. She got foster kids. Rah, rah, rah. She's going to be great. One of the greatest ever. Catholic, whatever. She turned out to be the David Stewart of our time. A complete and utter catastrophe. And we didn't dig deep enough, and we didn't know anything about her. And this is what happened. I don't want to see a repeat of that. I don't want to see another Amy Coney Barrett in my lifetime.
Well, my dog is from South Carolina, so I'm hoping to get a ballot in the mail soon. So I'll vote for your guy.
Did your dog vote for Lindell?
Well, again, she's from South Carolina, so, that would have been illegal.
So?
No, she did not, as far as I know. Thanks for asking, though.
Did she vote for Lisa DeMuth? That's what Lindell was saying.
Yeah.
Your dog voted for DeMuth. Your dog is not a voter.
Well, they have met a couple of times, so it's possible she did. It's a secret ballot, you don't
I got to
know.
roll. Ox, people want to follow you. Where do they go?
At Hot Talk with Ox or KNSIRadio.com, sir.
All right. Talk soon. I'll be right back.
Advocates for a balanced budget warn of tougher fiscal trade-offs ahead. Margaret Spellings from the Bipartisan Policy Center says the fiscal trajectory is unsustainable and that any number of events could quickly push the U.S. over the edge from a challenge into a full-blown crisis. According to recent data analysis from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the United States' fiscal position stands as the worst among other developed countries. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
A Missouri judge has handed President Trump a win, ruling that a new Republican-friendly House district map backed by the president can be used in November. An appeal is expected. Canada and the U.S. closer to finalizing a trade agreement. It would avert threatened 50% U.S. tariffs. A senior Canadian official calls the emerging terms a very good deal for Canada. President Trump says that's the case for the U.S. as well.
Very fair deal for both. The tariffs will be non-existent for our farmers. Our farmers were paying tremendous tariffs into Canada, and those tariffs are going to be totally eviscerated, down to zero.
Cost-conscious Americans continue to spend, giving Walmart another strong quarterly result, about $188 billion in revenue in the second quarter, up almost 6%. However, the discount retailer does offer a cautious outlook going forward. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures are in the red. The Dow futures are down 251 points. Nasdaq futures off 126. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Are you carrying more than $10,000 in credit card debt? Do you feel like you're running on a financial treadmill, making payment after payment, month after month, yet never getting ahead? If you're tired of watching your hard-earned money disappear into interest charges, there may be options available to help you take back control of your finances. At Total Financial Freedom, they'll show you what qualified consumers may be able to save through programs designed to help them resolve debt faster than making minimum payments alone. The consultation is free, confidential, and comes with absolutely no obligation. Why spend years, sometimes decades, paying thousands in interest when there may be a better path forward? Total Financial Freedom is a Christian-owned company that has helped thousands of Americans pursue financial freedom for nearly 20 years and is proudly A+ rated and accredited by the Better Business Bureau. Call now and ask how you can receive a complimentary copy of The Debt Dietitian. Stop running in place. Start moving toward financial freedom at 866-844-7344. 866-844-7344.
Life in prison, the sentence for the founder of a giant Chinese property developer that went belly up, sending shockwaves through China's economy.
Evergrande Group was once a pillar of the country's economy, and its collapse, mired in financial mismanagement, has been a key factor in the current property crisis. Now its founder, Hui Kaiyan, has been sentenced to life in prison. The Shenzhen Intermediate People's Court found that the amounts he embezzled, the losses his company had imposed on others, and the exceptionally serious harm done to society all warranted severe punishment. Amongst his crimes, Hui was found to have fabricated statements to artificially inflate the value of assets and to have hidden company liabilities.
The BBC's Stephen McDonnell in Beijing. Russia has launched a massive nighttime aerial attack on Kiev using missiles and drones, killing at least 16 people in the Ukrainian capital city and the surrounding regions. News and analysis at townhall.com. President Trump nominating a high-level White House aide to head up the Food and Drug Administration.
Heidi Overton, President Trump's pick to lead the FDA, is a medical doctor and deputy director of the White House Domestic Policy Council. She's already been working on several of Trump's second-term health initiatives. She stood by him as he suggested the number and timing of vaccines, like the combined MMR, could play a role in rising rates of autism. Scientific consensus and decades of studies conclude there is no link. Overton has been critical of abortion pills and, if confirmed, would be positioned to roll back FDA rules that made them more accessible. She needs Senate confirmation to become the new FDA head. I'm Julie Walker.
Residents on Hawaii's Big Island are struggling to recover after last week's hurricane that authorities say killed 2 people. 93-year-old woman and a man in his 60s were found dead. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code GODZILLA for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Godzilla Wins, where you get the best insight and best information on how to win the most money ever.
Guess what? GodzillaWins.com. Let's talk more winners.
You heard the man. The all-new GodzillaWins.com is all about winners, with fresh daily picks by J-Fred and your favorite players from the Godzilla Wins team. Get your hot takes from the show, then click the website for the dough. GodzillaWins.com.
GodzillaWins.com. Let's talk more winners.
It's here. The new JFMN TV app is ready and live. Download now from the App Store and Google Play. Then watch live all day. Weekdays get J-Fred 6 a.m. Game on America Sports 6 p.m. with Bell, Carson, and Leahy in between. Plus the Saturday morning shows. Search and download JFMN.TV from the App Store or Google Play. Get the alerts so you don't miss nothing. The new JFMN TV app is ready and live in the App Store and Google Play. Get it today.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
Well, it's great to have you on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps. And don't forget, our new TV app has just launched. If you have an Apple device or an Android, you can go to App Store, just download JFMN.TV, JFMN.TV, download your app. We've got live TV programming from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., 13 hours a day. Start there, 13 hours a day. Then we go off the air for a while. Except on radio, it's still there, but 13 hours a day, all live, all the time, all right here, all exciting. And just got to download the app. That's all you got to do. And Google Play or the App Store, just search, put in JFMN.TV. Download your app. It is free. Launch it, and there you are. You've got TV, our shows live from 6 a.m. right to 7 p.m., Monday to Friday, starting at 8 a.m. on Saturday. That'll go right through Saturday afternoon, and we're going to go from there. Pretty soon we'll be 24/7, 365, just like our radio is. It's all coming. It's all there. It's all for you, and we are fired up. DC Dispatch coming up at 9, so you don't want to miss that. And what else we got going on, Dan? We got a lot going on here. We just launched. We got a lot going on. We're just launching a new polling company. That's right. It's called Godzilla Polls. Godzilla Polls. Hashtag Godzilla Polls. And our mantra is we don't need no stinking metrics. GodzillaPolls.com coming soon. We're going to be doing polls on all kinds of things. And these are not fake polls. These are real polls. So Godzilla, tired of the fake polls. We're starting our own polling company, Godzilla Polls. You go to GodzillaPolls.com. We'll tell you when it launches, but it's coming soon. And we've got a logo. We got everything going. We got a logo going. We got a branding going. The branding is we don't need no stinking crosstabs. Go to GodzillaPolls.com. We're fired up. Our first poll, Dan, is what is it, Dan? What's our first poll?
Do you like turtles?
Do you like turtles? That's going to be our first poll. That'll be our test poll. That'll be our do you like turtles?
I like turtles.
That's our spokesman on our first poll. How's that, Dan? How's it go? I missed that.
I like turtles.
There you go. Our first poll is do you like turtles? And then we'll go from there. We'll be polling, generic ballots and Alcied and Michigan and generic, and Trump's approval rating. We're going to be polling all that. We're going to poll it all, and we're going to give you accurate polling numbers because obviously we've got so many fake polls out there. We might as well try to get one accurate, right? Get Stephanie Bahai involved. It's going to be fun. Okay, all good. Going to Dallas. Can't wait for the convention. That's going to be the start, the rollout, the push for the midterms. 2 days, 9th and 10th in Dallas. We're going to be there. I think there's a media row. That's the rumor. I'm going to be there either way. We're going to be on the air there in Dallas, downtown. We can't wait. It's going to be fun. And it's going to launch our campaign. President Trump obviously going to be there. J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, all your friends and family. We're all going to be there. And that is going to be sponsored by one of my favorite clients in the history of the world, which is Glenn Story and Patriot Mobile. And why do I love Patriot Mobile? Well, because I got 3 phones. See, 1, 2, 3. Why do I have 3 phones? Because this is how I run my company, on these phones. We got 24 radio stations, man. It's not easy. Spanned all around the country. So I got to get phones. I got to be in touch. That's why I go to Patriot Mobile. Number one, the service is phenomenal. They answer the phone. They speak English. They're not in India. They're based in Dallas. 3, 4 rings. They answer the phone. I get whatever need to be solved. They solve it. That's number one. Number two, I save money. Affordability. It's the affordability phone. I think I pay $59 a month. I get all 3 phones. I get unlimited data, unlimited this, unlimited that. Great pricing, family plan, the whole bit is great. Number 3, I get 2 for the price of 1. 2 carriers for the price of 1 carrier. For $59, I get Verizon, I get AT&T. Whatever is a better signal, it automatically switches. Plus, if you switch, activation fee, $35, promo code Godzilla, gone. 1 month free. Save that money. Gone. BOGO. Buy 1 carrier, get 2 free. This is the greatest deal since Swiss cheese. Patriot Mobile has got it figured out. Plus, a portion, whatever they make, goes to Christian conservative causes. I don't know where the Verizon money goes. I don't know where the DEI money from AT&T goes. I don't know where that goes, and I'm not interested. I want to be sure it's going to Christian conservative causes, and that's what Patriot Mobile does. That's why it's a great company with great service. So here's all you have to do is go to patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla. PatriotMobile.com, promo code Godzilla. That's it. That's all you have to do. Or you can call them and get hooked up, 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT. Don't forget promo code Godzilla, and you're good to go. Okay, let's bring in, we've got, who do we got? Chief Sund, I think. Right, Dan? We've got Chief Sund, Chief Stephen Sund, former Capitol Police Chief with us. Great to have you, Steve.
Thanks for having me on, John. Great to be here.
So, Steve, here's what I don't get. I live in Washington, D.C., 2 blocks from the White House. This is where my studio is. This is where my home is. It's become the safest city in America. No doubt about it. Crime has plummeted by dramatic amounts, right? It's just, and you don't even have to read the stats. All you got to do is like walk down the street, take the metro. Forget the stats. I just got to take the metro. I go to a Nats game. I'm going to be going to Capitol games. I'm a season ticket holder. Doesn't matter where I go. I go to dinner. I take Ann out. We go to the market. No crime, right? No carjackings. Those have plummeted.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't understand what the problem is with the polling that says people are not happy about it. It's tremendous. What am I missing?
Well, like you said before, you got some pretty bad polls out there. I used to tell people to stay off the metro. I'll be riding the metro Saturday. I'm gonna go down and watch part of the Grand Prix, the pre-race. So looking forward to that. Union Station. We talked about that before on your show, just how much Union Station's improved. All you got to do is walk down there. You feel it. You see it. It's all because of cooperation with feds and locals. It's all because of better technology, better crime fighting, but increased prosecution. U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro has increased prosecution 67%. And if it's okay, let me just take a quick minute and tell your viewers exactly what that means. I was a cop for 25 years. I cannot tell you how many times I'd make arrests. It'd be for guns, drugs, stolen car, take it down to the U.S. Attorney's office for a process that's called papering. This is where they determine the prosecution. And they look at it and they say, you know what? Nah, we're just going to go ahead and drop the case against this person. They don't have that long of a rap sheet, or we're going to reduce it to attempt possession of ammunition from a firearm case. And they just reduce the prosecution. Janine Pirro is not doing that. She's increased the prosecution, and look what's happened. Homicide rates down 45%. Carjacking rates down 64%. Why other cities aren't looking at this and look at this as a model opportunity to do the same, teamwork in their jurisdictions? I have no idea, but it's working here in D.C.
So what is the beef here? I mean, the National Guard is doing a super job. Every time I see them, I thank them. But, we got these people running around that says free DC, banging pots and pans, but they're safer. So I don't get it.
Well, again, think about the people that are, behind free DC. They're most likely up in Northwest, up in the Gold Coast parts of Washington, D.C., we used to call. So they've always been safe. They're making, other people's unsafe neighborhoods part of their point that they're trying to get out there. And they don't care. They really don't care about these people. They just care about their cause and trying to make D.C. another state, which constitutionally it can't be. So that's exactly what it is. They're using, other people's suffering to their benefit.
So let's talk about the policing situation, Chief Sund, in D.C. You've been a cop here you were a cop here for a quarter century. We're down 800 cops. This is real. I mean, and we've got a bonus plan. But part of attracting new police officers here is they got to be sure that the government has their back, and that's one of the issues. And we're still falling way down below our recruitment goals. How do you change that?
So you're seeing that across the country. You are definitely seeing it here in Washington, D.C. Hold on, why did my screen just go blank? You're seeing it here in Washington, D.C. That goes back to two main things, leadership and backing, like you said. Leadership within the organization. DC has some pretty strong leadership right now, the DC police, but the backing from politicians, they do not have the backing of the city council. They do not have the backing of some of these special interest groups. Mayor Bowser is trying to do the best she can. She's been a fairly good backer of law enforcement in DC, and I appreciate that. But the city council is absolutely horrible, has done everything they can to tie the hands of law enforcement. And when you have that, cops leave. Cops don't want to come to those jurisdictions, and the cops that you have there that have experience want to leave and go to other jurisdictions. And that's what you're seeing around the country, and that's what you're seeing here in Washington, D.C.
How can we turn that around here?
Again, backing. So let's look at the crime stats that you're seeing out there. This has to go with getting the right backing, the right person in charge at the top. This is one of my big concerns. We're looking at these crime stats. These are some of the biggest crime stats in American history. 20-year low in homicide, 18.1% drop in homicide. This can all easily change. You get the wrong person in leadership, and they send the wrong message down, and your crime stats going to turn around and go up. Look what I'm experiencing in Fairfax County. We got terrible leadership, prosecution in Fairfax County with Steve Descano, and you're seeing the crime rise there. So what they need to do is they just need to get backing from politicians, because that's what cops want. Cops want to feel secure in their job. And if they go out there and they enforce the law, they're not going to be held accountable for enforcing the law and have less rights than the criminals are arresting. So they need support from the politicians, they need support from the community, and they need good leadership within their organization. And those agencies won't have problems recruiting and retaining their law enforcement officers.
Right from the beginning here in the district, President Trump had a vision that he could revitalize and create a renaissance in DC, clean it up, fix everything, make it beautiful, make it clean, make it safe for the 250. But then beyond that, and that then he could have an example that he could show other cities, like you don't have to, like what he always says, you don't have to live in filth and squalor and crime. You can live in a safe, clean community where you can take your kids to the park and walk down the street at night. You can choose to do that. He did it in Memphis. We've done it in New Orleans, or they're starting to do it. But you look at these other cities like Philadelphia. I had a friend of mine call in the show the other day, said, I hadn't been there in a while. I went there. I couldn't leave my hotel. It was that bad. It was disgusting. So why are we here? Why do people see DC and say, hey, we can do this in other cities in the United States?
Again, it's all about politics, and the politicians are using, again, like I said, people suffering for their benefit. Let's go back to what you're saying. President Trump wanted to make DC a safe and secure city. I can say for a fact, this guy cares. This president cares about the people. He cares about the men and women patrolling the area. To the point of this is something I know for a fact. There's been times he's been driving in motorcades. He's driven through like the 3rd Street Tunnel in Washington, D.C. He's seen street lights out. He's seen graffiti. He'll pick up the phone from the car, call the mayor's office and say, you need to fix this stuff. He actually cares. So I think it's a proven strategy that works. You get law enforcement, you get feds together, National Guard. We've used National Guard before. I think I've talked about this on your show. They free up officers to put those officers into more high crime areas. And that's a strategy that works. If you can take, and I do the same as you, whenever I see National Guard, I'm always thanking them. I appreciate them being out there. It's terrible. You had somebody, hunt them down and kill one of them and critically injure another. But, it's a strategy that works. So I would think, whether it's Brandon Johnson, Chicago, think about that. If I was the mayor of Chicago, I'd want the safest city I could possibly get. That's how I think you'd want to get reelected. I would look at Washington, D.C., and I'd say, let's bring that strategy here. Let's do federal cooperations. Let's do grants, increase prosecution, and let's make Chicago a beautiful city, just like Washington, D.C. is. But they're doing the exact opposite. They're pushing it away. They're not trying to work together. The cooperation's not there. You're not getting any support from Chicago PD and the feds that are there, to the point where Chicago PD won't even respond to some of their calls for assistance. And that's absolutely terrible. So I just think it's self-centered, and it's all about politics and power.
If you were if you were the police chief here now in DC, what would be the things that you would do to ensure that the city continues on the path of safety it's on, Chief Sund?
Again, you've got a great chief right now. It's interim chief by the name of Jeff Carroll, and I'm sure he's trying to do the same things. I'd work very closely, first and foremost, with the U.S. Attorney's Office, Janine Pirro's office, to maintain that increased prosecution. If my officers do the hard work to bring in arrests and bring in criminals off the street, I need the U.S. Attorney's Office to back them and prosecute those cases. So that's number one. Two, I do my best to attract the best officers and deploy them into the neighborhood, give them the latest technology, which, technology I think has a big role in how these crime stats have gone down. And also the training, give them good training and put them out there and back them. Let them know they have backing. And the third, you got to win over the citizens, and then the citizens need to push the city council to back the police officers more. The citizens want a safer community, safer city. But they just need to elect the right people to back law enforcement.
Well, we're not getting that right now. The new crop of politicians coming in here in Washington, D.C. is pretty frightening. It's gone way to the left of even where it's been, starting with the new incoming mayor. There's no Republican opposition, so she's going to win without opposition, basically. There'll be maybe a couple independents. She'll get 80%. So Janice Lewis George is going to be the new mayor. She's part of the DSA, basically wants to defund police, free DC, get rid of the National Guard. None of that's going to happen. But what is your view if things go south here? I believe the president will go to Congress if they keep the House and try to get rid of home rule and just end it and have Congress take it over. Do you see that as a coming reality if things here go south? Here meaning DC?
Yeah, so DC, we're looking specifically at DC, and I agree with you. I'm very concerned about the new mayor coming in and reversing a lot of stuff that's been going on. To the point bringing in another chief, which would be bad. We saw a disastrous chief prior to Jeff Carroll being there, and that would reverse everything. So yeah, I do think it's a strong possibility that Congress would look at it, especially when you start seeing the numbers immediately turn around and going up. And last thing Congress wants is an unsafe area around them. They're very lucky. They've got there's 22 square blocks around Capitol Hill. Those are probably the safest square blocks in Washington, D.C., with U.S. Capitol Police and D.C. Police both patrolling it. So they're kind of isolated. But when crime creeps up around the city, it's going to start creeping up in their backyard as well. And that's when they're going to start paying attention. So I do think it's a strong possibility that they may consider revoking home rule. But you can bet they're, if depending on who's in charge of the House, they will bring in the politicians and the leadership to have them answer for the crime rate going back up.
We're with former Capitol Police Chief Steve Sund. Steve commenting on some of the goings on here in DC and especially the plummeting crime here. But we've had crime plummeting all over the country. So what a lot of people are telling me, hey, Trump is taking credit for this crime going down nationally. It's pretty significant. So why do we need the National Guard here? How do you respond to that?
So when you say, why do we need the National Guard here, specifically in Washington, D.C., or in some of the other cities
DC.
where they're specifically D.C.? Again, the use of the National Guard, not something that's new to this president or this, we've used them many times. What it does is it brings in resources and allows, you've got many jurisdictions in Washington, D.C. You have Park Police, you have Capitol Police, you have D.C. Police, but specifically Park Police and D.C. Police are benefiting from the use of the National Guard. You put them into the tourist areas, you put them in along the mall. That's usually where I see them walking foot beats, along the mall, around the White House, place like that. That allows you to redeploy your resources and use them more effectively in the high crime areas. So that's very effective. So that I would continue to say it's a benefit to law enforcement. It helps relieve some of the administrative, the internal pressures and demands on law enforcement so they can utilize their personnel more effectively.
I think one of the biggest things here is just the will to stand up to the small minority that wants to go back to the squalor and the filth the way it was. I don't know what the purpose of this is. It's kind of beyond me. But I mean, if you just look at the city, it is the model for any city in the country. I mean, we've gotten rid of the tents. I mean, when I was here under Biden, I live across from McPherson Park. There were 71 tents here. 71 tents. And McPherson is not a big park. 71 tents, I counted. You would walk outside down the street on a Saturday, and if you walked 2 blocks, you got high. I don't smoke pot, but it permeated through the air. I mean, it was so disgusting. People would just drop their pants and defecate on the sidewalk, pull them up and leave, and it would just sit there. It was one of the most disgusting things you've ever seen, and now that's gone. And everything is clean. The graffiti is gone. The light fixtures are fixed. The park is beautiful. The grass is cut. The garbage is picked up. Why wouldn't every resident in America want what we got here? This is what I can't figure this out. Why wouldn't everybody be saying, wow, look at the Renaissance in DC. I want that. Instead, you're getting the opposite. They're all railing against it, against Trump, against the National Guard. I just, for the life of me, I cannot figure this out, Chief.
Again, what you're hearing is you're hearing a limited few that are very vocal. And this has always been the case. It's always been a small few that's vocal, that try and push their beliefs onto others. I've been in Washington, D.C. many, many times. Like I said, I'll be down there day after tomorrow. And I talk to tourists all the time. I have friends come in town that I take down. They're like, wow, we feel very safe here. We like going out. We can go out and walk. Complete opposite from Philadelphia. I was in Philadelphia when the lights went out, and then when it got dark, time to go into the hotel. There's a reason why the Starbucks in Philadelphia don't open until 7 a.m. because it's not safe enough to open up earlier.
Good point. Unbelievable. Hey, Steve, before we go, you were chief of the Capitol Police. One of the first things that President Trump did when he got here was he wanted maximum coordination between Capitol Police, D.C. Metro Police, and Park Police. What difference has that made?
That makes a big difference because, again, we used to, is very isolated at times. But the interagency coordination, I think it plays a big role in just the cooperation and the crime fighting that goes on. That is needed in any place that has multiple jurisdictions like Washington, D.C. So, yeah, it's a big plus.
I want to give a shout out to D.C. Metro cops. I really think, and I've traveled a lot in my life, been to a lot of cities, lived in Philadelphia, New York City, etc. I've always found, especially now, the DC cops are the most courteous, professional, major city policing operation I've ever witnessed. These guys and gals are really great. I don't know what training they get, but they're courteous, they're respectful, they're super, and just a big shout out to DC cops. They do a super job here. And they're 800 short, not easy.
They're 800 short. They're working a lot of overtime, working a lot of days off, but that's very appreciative because they just work. They patrol such a variety of areas, everything from the White House to Anacostia, and they just learn how to do it. So they are very, very capable, very talented.
Chief, thank you for being with us. People want to follow you. I need you to come back here and run for mayor. When's that going to happen?
We got to keep. I don't live in DC right now, and
I know. I should move here.
Who knows what the future brings? You never know. I'm always trying something new. I'm always.
I like that. I like that. You're open to it. To it. Get out of Northern Virginia. Come back to the district. Register as a Republican. You're good to go.
We'll see. We'll see what the future brings. Like I said, I'm always trying something new.
Mike Kenner for mayor. Let's go. Steve, thanks. People want to follow you. Where do they go?
I'm Chief Sund on Twitter. They can follow me there. That's probably the best. And then I'm on shows like yours. So looking forward to it. Anytime you need me, just let me know.
Steve, thank you.
Thank you.
Good to have you with us. And DC Dispatch coming up 9:00. Keep it right here.
Catch the show Saturday mornings, 9 Eastern, 8 Central, and hit the site every day. The all-new GodzillaWins.com. Winners click here. Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Luxpeer 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
I spent my career building a business, but I couldn't stand by while Washington spent money it didn't have. So I got in the fight, and I never forgot who elected me. This election is about the America we pass on to your family and mine. We inherited freedom. Now it's our turn to defend it, to strengthen it, and to leave America stronger than we found it. You shouldn't have to guess where your next senator stands. With me, you already know. I'm Ralph Norman, and I approve this message.
From New York City to the world, it's Dominic Carter.
Let's keep it real. My white colleagues could never discuss this issue because they would be branded racist immediately. Welfare was one of the worst things that ever happened to black people.
Dominic Carter, weeknights on the John Fredericks Media Network.
I'm bold enough to do it, and I'm African American, and it's coming from a position of love.
Hit johnfredericksradio.com for showtimes in your city.
If you want to go after an athlete, one of my athletes, you go after one that doesn't do the right things. You don't downgrade him because he does everything right and may not play as well on Saturday, and you let us make that decision. That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage, and the editor that let it come out is garbage. Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, folks, this is Dan on the mic here for you. John getting ready for the DC Dispatch coming up at the top of the hour with our good friends Terry Gilberg, Maria Pickering, Christina Goodlander. I don't know if Lindsay will be on today or not, but we'll be looking forward to that at 9 a.m. In the meantime, the phone line's always open here on the John Fredericks Show, 888-480-5646, 888-480-5646. 5646 stands for JOHN. How about that? Gosh, I got to tell you, folks, I'm glad I'm here today. Some of you on the Getter Chat already know because we've been talking about it. But and I hope no trolls in the Getter Chat right now because I'm busy. I can't deal with it. But I left here yesterday, and I quickly got as sick as I think I've ever been in my entire life. Worst headache I've ever had. Nausea, vomiting. I'm coming to the conclusion it must have been food poisoning. Right now, I think we have Vic in Florida calling in. Let me see if I can get him on the line. Hey, Vic, is that you?
Hello.
Hey, Vic.
Is this a bad time?
No, this is a great time. How are you doing, bud?
Yeah, I had to hang up because I'm out driving around doing stuff. Could I get in for a minute? Or
you're on with me. I'm sub-hosting here for John for the 8:30 half hour while he gets ready for DC Dispatch. Yeah, I know, right? So as I always say, my favorite joke, you go to Broadway to see Denzel Washington in a play, and all of a sudden you get the information that his understudy, Pauly Shore, is taking his place instead. You're with me. I'm Pauly Shore. I'm your guest host for the half hour.
Am I on the air right
You're on
now?
the air. You're on the air right now, as a matter of fact.
Okay, hey, listen.
So thanks for not swearing.
No, let me get it. No, I wouldn't do that. I don't use.
You would.
that
Hey,
kind of
you wouldn't
language.
believe how many callers have that in the repertoire when we're
well,
off air. You know.
Well, I can't read the chat because I have to go to Holy Confession after reading it. Some of the stuff that's
Oh,
on
I
there.
know, right? It's the getter, and these trolls. I tell you what, I don't know if everybody's enjoying Wendy Bell as much as I am so far, but she's not a native Pittsburgher. I'm not a native Pittsburgher. I have it in my blood ancestrally, but she's been there for about 20 years. She and I have gotten to be friendly in the last month or so, I guess, as we prepped for her transition to JFMN. But I love the fact that she's calling people Jags. do you know what that? I mean, that's a Pittsburghese term for just somebody who's kind of unsavory. But we just you jag off, you know. But yeah, so she's called a few people Jags on the air the last few days, and I've loved it.
Good. Well, I just I'm not offended by foul language. It becomes a substitute for communication between stupid people. Okay,
yes,
that's what it is.
That's true.
And we have to look at it that way. Anyway, quickly, I think I might change my moniker from Vic from Florida
to
Vic
Maine?
from the
No.
Vic from the Human Rights Campaign for Young American Citizens. The Human Rights Campaign for Young American Citizens.
Tell me more.
Because, well, listen, this is why. Okay, I'm 73 years old. I spent, when I was a young guy, I worked as a corporate recruiter, and I put young people to work. That's what I did after I got out of college, and I was good at it. Later, I became a high school English and history teacher, 25 years in the class.
I love it. I love it.
Mostly teaching juniors and seniors. So I was always working with people who were starting careers or people who were going to college or they were going to do something with their future. And I still have an affinity for people like that. When my wife and I go out to dinner and I run into some waiter or young waitress tells me what she's doing and this and that, I sort of look upon those people as, they're starting out in life. And I was very fortunate. I was a boomer, and I never, ever had trouble getting a decent job in my life. But when I look around now and I see what's happening to young people, and I think they're being ignored, even by some elements of MAGA, that's why I want to start the Human Rights Campaign for Young American Citizens. This morning, John rightfully played a video or a tape from President Trump talking about how we're drilling for oil in Louisiana, and we're drilling for oil in the Permian Basin in Texas, and we're drilling for oil in Alaska. And I'm thinking, what about Pennsylvania? Okay,
natural gas capital of the world, right?
You've got parts of Pennsylvania where the Utica Shale and the Marcellus Shale actually overlap. Okay, there's, how the left, the Democrats, the liberals are always been worried about cow flatulence. Well, the earth has flatulence too, and it's called natural gas.
Yeah,
and it comes out in places in upstate New York and in places in Pennsylvania. It comes right out of the ground. And in fact, my cousin's an engineer, and he tells me there are places in upstate New York where you can't smoke outside near some of these ponds because there's methane gas bubbling up all the time. So we got to capture that. This would be good for the environment. We're going to capture all that natural gas. We're going to drill for that oil, and we're going to do it with fracking. Fracking was invented in Pennsylvania, and we're going to. If I were President Trump, I'd walk into Pennsylvania and say, "Hey, we're going to put every able-bodied young person who's an American citizen. We're going to make sure your vote is safe, and it's not going to be canceled by illegal aliens. This is a human right. We're going to make sure that you're able to start a family, buy a house, that we're going to lower interest rates, we're going to give you a good job, and we're going to kickstart the energy industry by turning Lee Zeldin loose and getting rid of some of these regulations. Now, right now, you've got a little short jackass named Josh Shapiro as governor, who last week, on Tuesday afternoon, he was dancing an Irish jig. It's not often that I've seen Jewish guys dancing an Irish jig, but he was dancing an Irish jig because they won a special election in Butler County, Pennsylvania, the same county where President Trump was shot, a district
Right,
that had been held by Republicans
for a long time.
30 years.
Yeah.
And they won it with mail-in ballots that came in after and before Election Day, and with what they call provisional ballots. And the election was won by a Democrat by 88 votes. This is a district that was held by a Republican for 30 years. The same district where President Trump was shot, and Josh Shapiro is doing an Irish jig celebrating all over the state. This is outrageous. You know, this is where you have to go on the offense and attack these people.
Yeah.
You're paying. When I drive through Pennsylvania, I'm paying higher gasoline prices than any state around there. This is where oil drilling and gas are part of the territory. It's the first oil well in America was drilled, I think, in 1860 in Drake, Pennsylvania.
Yep. Pennzoil.
This is outrageous. Pennzoil.
Pennzoil.
In fact, speaking of Pennzoil, I just came from Pep Boys.
Yeah.
And I bought Pennzoil Platinum Ultra Platinum 0W20 for my wife's turbocharged car, and it cost me $41.99. And I read yesterday in the Wall Street Journal someplace that the reason that synthetic oil has gone up in price is that a lot of it's made from natural gas. And the natural gas that they use comes from Dubai, where they generally flame it off. And they make this kind of oil out of, at least partially out of natural gas. Anyway, I don't want to get into technology here. But it went up to $41.99 for a jug of five.
Well, you know what the cost of gas is per gallon over in the Middle East, right?
I don't know.
It's
gotta be
pennies compared to here, and it gets back to the original sin of our relations with the Islamic countries in the Middle East. The nationalization of the oil fields in the early 50s was an absolute crime. You talk about evil. You talk about evil from this morning's Dan Hobgood report. Stealing property from the rightful owners, the British and American companies that had cultivated those fields in the Middle East, and handing them over to the mob.
Yes.
Awful.
Yes.
And it was the beginning of everything that has happened since. I mean, the money that floods into to these Islamic countries as a result of this unjust takeover of oil fields. I mean, we basically not only were we forced or however you want to put it when it was our own government basically letting it happen, but that forced takeover, and then ever since basically the forced contribution to terrorism against us. It's insane.
Of course,
it's insane.
The
whole thing. But they pay pennies on the dollar compared to us.
You know, the United States of America, we should be in a position of total economic autarky. You know what autarky is?
Mm-hmm.
It's a word that I taught my kids in history and social studies class. Autarky means we're independent from all economic resources. There's no reason why there's not a single drop of oil or a single cubic foot of natural gas that should be coming out of the Middle East into the United States of America. We have all these resources here, and we have and getting back to my campaign for human rights for young American citizens, we have 350 million people in this country. Many of them are very talented. We do not have to import a single worker from China, from Pakistan, from India, or from any place else. This is outrageous. The H-1B visa program, which I just spoke to John about, is an absolute crime against young Americans, and it should be framed that way as a human rights issue. We can do all of these things right here. We don't have to go anyplace else to do it. And that H-1B visa program should be completely shut down. We have all the mechanisms to do this. And by the way, Dan, I'm still worried about Michigan and Pennsylvania for the midterms, okay? Because I see that the capacity is still there with the thousands of illegal aliens with mail-in ballots and with provisional ballots and all that come in days after an election for fraud. And I don't know what the federal government's going to do about it. I don't know if President Trump is going to invoke a national election emergency, which he has the capacity to do. Whether he should do that or the timing of that.
And
that's
the heat he
something I
would take for
talk
that if he did, but you know,
But you know what?
screw it. As
You
far
know
as
what?
my,
But if we are campaigning for young people in this country, we will have them on our side. This is a human rights issue for young American citizens with regard to job opportunities, voting rights, having their votes canceled by illegal aliens, with 6% mortgage rates, and 25 or 30 illegal aliens in this country being subsidized by the state and federal government. This is all anti-young people and anti-young people's opportunities.
Well, you get to the
where
key
I'm
point
coming
here.
from.
The villain in all of this is big government. Whether we're talking about letting
Right.
oil fields get nationalized in the 50s in the Middle East, or we're talking about
Right.
regulations and all sorts of other things that get in the way.
Well, I always think when you talk in generics, like a libertarian, about big government, we all know that big government is the enemy. However, I like to personalize it. When I see a little guy like Shapiro running around with a big smile on his face, or Schumer who's going down the toilet, or young people actually seriously considering voting for a clown and a weirdo like Tellerico or Ossoff or any of these other clowns, that concerns me more than anything. So I want to address our attention towards young people.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can bring those people over to MAGA, we will have a lead pipe cinch on this government for the next 30 or 40 years. We've got to start thinking that way, and we've got to stop ignoring young people or giving them short shrift. Okay, they don't have as much money as we do, but they aren't enjoying the fruits of American prosperity the way I did as a boomer and the way a lot of other generations did. Thank you very much. You're doing a great job.
Oh, thanks so much, Vic. Yeah, thanks for calling in.
Yeah, great. You take care. Thank you. God bless.
Absolutely. All right, Vic in Florida, or Vic from the Human Rights Campaign for Young People. I guess that's I'll tell you, and I hope Vic doesn't mind that I'm saying this. I'm not the biggest fan of the phrase human rights. The reason being that was kind of a UN phrase that came about in the mid-'40s after the horrible United Nations came into being, and even worse, set foot on American soil here. I'd kick him out in a New York minute if I were the president of the United States. But it's not a good or benevolent organization at all. And case in point, that phrase human rights, they used that to talk about things that people were owed that they didn't have. If you go back in my Dan Hobgood reports to the first or second week of them, I talked about the nature of rights and the extent to which rights apply and what they cover. And I said, if I remember the phrase exactly, essentially that rights apply to what you already possess. They entitle you to control over what you already have, your person, your freely acquired possessions. They don't entitle you to things that you don't have and want to get. You don't have a right to other people's stuff, or you don't have a right to enslave people, essentially, to give you XYZ. That's not covered in the nature of rights. And indeed, based on a logical definition of the concept of rights, that's an infringement on others' rights. Rights are shields, not swords. If your rights involve the use of a proverbial sword against somebody else, or your alleged right involves the use of a proverbial sword against somebody else, that's not a right at all. That's a faux right. So I've nothing wrong with the term human rights per se, but the fact that the UN co-opted that to use it for communistic, socialistic, collectivist purposes is a big problem and a no-no. So I tend to gravitate toward just the phrase individual rights. That was the terminology from the founding of this country, and that the founders and framers used, and it's wholly adequate, wholly benevolent. So that's usually where I go. Just to finish the story that I was starting to tell before Vic called in, yeah. Fortunately, by about 4 a.m. this morning, I got 100% better. I don't know that I could have done this show if it were any earlier in the day than what it is. I was in real agony, but fortunately, right at about 4 a.m. I got up at 3, right up at about 4 a.m. Not that I was really sleeping much last night. It was too much pain to sleep, but got to work, and everything seemed to go okay from there. So that's good. Obviously, Dan on the mic here for John while he's getting ready for the DC Dispatch at the top of the hour. Just a few more minutes to go before that. 888-480-5646 is the number. I don't know that we have too much time at this point for any more calls before we go to break. But, hey, happy Friday Eve to everybody. I'm glad it's almost Friday. I got another preseason game for the Steelers to look forward to. I don't know when your team's playing this weekend, where your team's playing, but pretty excited to hear that both of the young quarterbacks for the Steelers, Mason Rudolph getting the night off, but Will Howard and Drew Aller will take all the snaps if all things go according to plan tomorrow night at Acrisure Stadium when the Jets come into town to play the Steelers. So we'll see. I'd like to think that the future franchise quarterback of my team is already on the roster. That'd be a heck of a fortuitous thing if that were the case. But we'll keep watching what's going on with the primary coming up in South Carolina. Darlene Graham versus Ralph Norman, not Ralph Northam, my former governor of Virginia, whom I talked about a little bit yesterday. But that John's word for that clown show. But Darlene didn't have a good debate the other night, and I think, as I said to John on the mic yesterday morning, I think it was good for Ralph Northam in the midst of and after that answer that he just let it just didn't pounce on her. Just I think did the gentlemanly thing and just kind of just answered the question for himself and didn't make any more of a big deal out of it than it already was from what she said. But this is the issue, folks. I mean, somebody that, as we've talked about, this is a country that should be merit oriented. Somebody shouldn't be attaining a U.S. Senate seat just because of blood relations. And candidly, I mean, there are things about Lindsey Graham that I really liked, but there are also things about Lindsey Graham that and I'm sure you didn't particularly like at all. So it's not as though this was the Barry Goldwater of senators, like, oh well, let's get Darlene Goldwater in here. It's this was a mixed bag of a senator in to begin with. Rest his soul. R.I.P. Lindsey Graham. But I don't know that he would be batting 1,000 or anywhere close to that on a scorecard for me. So his amateur sister, I'm sure she's a nice lady, but I don't think that that's the reason to put somebody in the chair. And it just goes to show that I do think that President Trump has a bit of a weak spot for people who are personally kind to him. And if you're personally kind to the president, I think he exalts that over principles and ideology. I don't know that he's much of a principled guy per se anyway, but he's kind of a pragmatist in some regards. But yeah, he is somebody who if you're kind to him, it's like all else sort of fades to black. And that's why I've said, thank goodness that when he got into power in 2017, became president of the United States, the Democrats misplayed their hand and just went after him. I think if they'd cozied up to him and complimented him and everything, my worry is he would have been eaten out of the palms of their hands. He'd have done their bidding. So thank goodness, 8-9 years after the fact, they misjudged and misread President Trump all wrong. We can all be grateful for that. Well, we're coming up on the top of the hour here, folks. Almost 9 o'clock in the morning on this Thursday, August 20th, 2026. The first, the last, the only August 20th we'll ever have in 2026. So make it count, as I used to say on WRVA before signing off from that show. We're going to get to commercial break in just a moment here. So yeah, just stay tuned to the John Fredericks Show. John will be back with the ladies on the DC Dispatch in just a few minutes after we get through the news and a few commercials after that. John, the DC Dispatch, coming up. 9 o'clock hour still ahead. Stay tuned to the John Fredericks Show. This is Dan filling in temporarily for John.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bonaire, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB Portsmouth AM 1650.
Town Hall. I'm Rex Thomason. President Trump now threatens all-out economic war on Iran, but it's a warning it's apparently falling on deaf ears in Tehran.
Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is rejecting President Donald Trump's threats of economic pain and isolation, saying such failed policies will only stir more hostility among Iranians and bring more failures. Trump has threatened crushing economic measures against Iran, promising economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. Araghchi says in a social media post that Trump's threats are meant to divert the attention of the U.S. public from domestic financial problems. I'm Donna Warder.
The hands of the national debt clock continue to spin at a dizzying pace. America's debt hitting a record $40 trillion, and it's growing. The winds of war blow at hurricane force across both Russia and Ukraine.
A Russian missile barrage has killed at least 12 people in Ukraine's capital as Ukraine continued to strike targets inside Russia. Cell phone footage captured by Kyiv resident Yehor Konovalov showed a flaming plume of orange smoke rise from the capital's horizon. The strikes hit 12 locations across Kyiv, damaging residential buildings, a medical facility and an educational institution. Emergency crews scrambled to put out buildings on fire and to pull out people who were trapped under the rubble. I'm Karen Shemas.
President Trump mentions a possible meeting with North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un by year's end. There's no word on where or exactly when, and there's been no comment from Pyongyang. Meanwhile, the North Koreans have fired more missiles into the sea. Wall Street ahead of this morning's opening bell. The Dow futures down just over 400 points. NASDAQ futures are off 190 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
Prince Harry and wife Meghan have decided to return to the United Kingdom for an extended stay starting this fall.
My colleagues have been speaking to people who know the Sussex family well. The understanding there is that this decision was made relatively recently and possibly prompted by that trip that the family made back to the UK in July. We know, of course, that Harry, Meghan and the children Archie and Lilibet, they spent time with the King and Queen in Highgrove and also the family home of the late Princess Diana, and it's possible that that played into this decision.
That's BBC's Nora Nanji. Harry and Meghan's children are 7 and 5. They've already enrolled at British schools. They'll start classes next month. Colombia's president asking President Trump to suspend tariffs to help Colombia recover from a devastating earthquake. The quake struck on Monday, killing at least 289 people, injuring nearly 4,000. News and analysis, townhall.com. A high-flying rescue mission has been scrubbed.
NASA's Swift Observatory has been tracking some of the biggest explosions in the universe for more than 20 years. Gamma-ray bursts and exploding stars. But intense solar activities caused the aging Space Telescope to lose altitude faster than expected. So early last month, NASA launched a $30 million effort to try to lift it into a longer-lasting orbit. But Catalyst Space Technologies' Link spacecraft has been plagued by control issues, and the company and NASA say they're now ending the attempt, dooming Swift to a fiery re-entry through Earth's atmosphere. I'm Ben Thomas.
A judge is set to consider whether to grant Texas teen Carmelo Anthony a new trial following his murder conviction and the stabbing death of a 17-year-old athlete at a high school track meet. The judge who presided over the trial, which was held earlier this summer, has been removed from the case. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
The establishment has already picked their candidate. Same old playbook, same old insiders. I'm not their choice. And this election is not for sale. The stakes are too high for political games. The Socialist Democrats are a threat to America. South Carolina needs a proven conservative with a record of fighting for you. You shouldn't have to guess where your next senator stands. With me, you already know. I'm Ralph Norman. I approve this message, and I'm asking for your vote.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man you want on that wall, the man you need on that wall, John Fredericks.
Well, welcome back. Great to have you. I'm your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. It is Thursday, 9 a.m. Eastern or thereabouts. Therefore, it's time for DC Dispatch. And thanks, everybody, for joining us today. Hey, don't forget, Colonial Downs, that's today. We got 2 more weekends of racing. You don't want to miss that. If you're anywhere in the Virginia area or Washington, D.C., 2 hours away, it's going to be so much fun. Racing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Well, actually, we got 3 more weeks of racing at Colonial Downs, and that's it. So you want to go to colonialdowns.com. Post time, 12:30. Going to have so much fun there. It is a great place, great food, great atmosphere. See the horses. Lots going on Sunday for the family. So bring the family there. It is a great outing. It's about 2 hours south of D.C. if you take the Easy Pass, 2.5 if you don't, and about 20 minutes from Richmond, about an hour and 15 minutes from Virginia Beach. So accessible to everybody. So check it out. Go to colonialdowns.com. More information. colonialdowns.com. And if you're around, looks like our horse, Baymont Parfait, looks like he's better, had a respiratory issue. Looks like he's going to be in on Sunday the 30th is the rumor I got from my trainer there. So we'll keep you posted on that. And apparently he worked out the other day and clean bill of health and ready to roll. So we're good to go. So I'll be keeping you posted on that. Just go to colonialdowns.com for more information, colonialdowns.com. And it's great to have everybody with us. As always, thanks, ladies, for joining us. We've got Christina Goodlander, Vice Chair, DC GOP. She's remote, and she's joining us here. We've also got the one and only Terry Gilberg. You know Terry. Well, she was on Comcast, Clear Channel and Salem and all that good stuff, CBS. So she's been all over, media savvy, and it's good to have you, Terry. Also, Maria Pickering with us. Maria, thanks for joining us. As always, longtime Republican activist. So let me just make a quick announcement. We launched our TV app yesterday, and if you haven't done that, it'll take you a minute. Just download it. If you have an Apple device, go to the App Store. If you have an Android, go to Google Play. Just in the search bar, put in jfmn.tv, jfmn.tv, and guess what pops up? Well, our TV app. And once you download that and you click on it, well, guess what? You're going to get our TV programming 13 hours a day, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., all live, Monday through Friday. Get our show starting right here, 8 a.m. to about 3 p.m. on Saturday as we move forward in that. So TV app, it's there. It's ready to go. It's functional. It's great. Go ahead and download that, and you are good to go. Well, I guess Patrick Mara, the chairman of the DC GOP, in a article by Rob Crilly, said the next thing we'll be calling them is lizard people. Well, if there were lizard people in charge of the DC GOP, they'd be doing better than they're doing now. So I'm for lizard people taking over the party so we can get some kind of an improvement other than the complete vacuous debacle that's going on in there, where we have candidates that I got one candidate called me up. He's like, I got the worst advice for them. I'm finally taking your guys' advice, changing my fundraising apparatus, doing a fundraiser. I'm like, well, that's normally what campaigns do. Well, they told me not to do that. I said, because they don't want you to win, dude. That's why they don't want you to win. That's why they don't want you to campaign. They just want a name on the ballot so they can run around with a badge on. Thing is a joke here, and I'm just done with the whole thing. Terry, it's good to have you with us. Let's just comment on it. We got a bunch of candidates running. Nobody knows who they are. We're like into the campaign. There's yet to be a press release by the DC GOP on anything going on in the city. Nothing on crime, nothing on Trayvon, nothing on anything. Have you ever seen anything like this? It's a joke.
I haven't seen anything like this. And it's DC, it's the nation's capital. There should be a buzz with press releases. They should be talking about you. They should be talking about other candidates. And one
especially
of the
about
things,
me.
especially about you and about
Just kidding.
Goodlander. And about Goodlander.
Oh, Goodlander's campaign for chairman.
And she's campaigning for chairman.
It's
hello,
hot.
Hello, Christina, down there in wherever you are, Florida, wherever you are. She joins us remote. Here's the deal. What I don't quite understand about the article that came out in the Washington Examiner that was sort of, it was a complete article. It was pretty thorough, but it did a compare and contrast. John versus Patrick. Okay, John Fredericks versus Patrick. And it alluded to the spat when you were kicked out of the DC GOP.
Unceremoniously.
And your wife too.
Yep, kicked her out
Sweet
too.
Ann,
Yep.
sweet Ann.
Kicked
Here's
her
what
out.
I don't get from afar. I don't understand why Patrick had a hand in that with this argument. He has a media job, therefore he needs to be out. Okay, riddle me that, Batman. I don't get that. What does a media job have to do? I have a media job. I'm a member of the GOP. You're in media. You're a member of the. What does that have to do? And hold that against you, saying, let me find it. Something about the national GOP complained about your behavior in California. What? when you have a media job? In other words, wouldn't you want a candidate that is in media that can promote the GOP platform and the DC GOP in general?
And ask questions?
Riddle me that. Maria, riddle me that.
No questions. Do not ask a question.
I was trying to discern all of this, and I'm befuddled.
Well, I
Good,
agree.
good,
It is
good opening. That's very good. You were befuddled.
I'm befuddled.
Gilberg is befuddled. This has been very befuddling.
well.
I'm
it is
befuddled with the Godzilla. That's hard to do because you are the Godzilla of truth, and you can give me all kinds of truth, so I am not befuddled.
You're not
Well,
befuddled.
thank you, John, for having this platform to air alternative conservative voices. It is time to ditch the losing attitude and to field candidates who can actually win and to support candidates and, in my opinion, to build a party at the grassroots level. I personally have been disappointed by recent leadership not appointing 8 ward chairs, which is what we do. You want someone in every ward. We have 8 great wards full of people who are looking for change in how we run the city. And we also used to have 144 voting precincts. And back when I joined the party in the 90s, the wards that were most active also had precinct captains. I started as a precinct captain, which is a grassroots level activist. What it does for the party is it gets the party known in the neighborhood, and the precinct captain gets to know your neighbors. They get to know the local issues, so they can really provide helpful input to people who are running for local positions like advisory neighborhood commission, school board, and ward representatives to the city council, because each neighborhood has its own unique set of issues and problems. And when you have people on the ground who are neighbors who are living there, they can really help a candidate win. And we used to have winning candidates in Ward 3 was typically the ward that had the highest level of registered Republicans. Now it's Ward 6, but also in the recent primary, Janice was not successful in Ward 3. So Ward 3 still has a lot of sensible people who are willing to listen to a more conservative message. And it's disappointing that the leadership has not encouraged our ward chairs to build a grassroots organization who can support candidates and then to field candidates.
No, it's actually the opposite. If you try to build a grassroots organization like I did and have town hall meetings and go to the college Republicans and go to the log cabin Republicans and have congressmen in and get people involved, then you get kicked out of the party. So it's actually the opposite.
Well, it's
actually the opposite, because I got kicked out because somebody said, "Why'd you get kicked out?" And they asked Ann, and Ann said, "Because we worked. Therefore, you get kicked out because they don't want you to work, because then they don't do anything. So then they look bad." The whole thing is so corrupt at the core. And when I say corrupt, I don't mean financially. It's just intellectually and morally corrupt. They don't do a damn thing. They hold these meetings at the Capitol Hill Club. And if you actually come in and try to do something, instead of being like, "Hey, thank you," they kick you out.
I'm befuddled.
It's unbelievable.
Well,
I mean, I've never seen anything like this in my life.
It's very unfortunate.
And we're getting 7% of the vote.
It's very unfortunate. And the other thing that I find personally disappointing is that we are not aligning ourselves more closely with the Trump administration, which is a winning administration. Now, let me give you a little bit of background from, my longtime association with the party. When I first joined the party, a lot of senior leadership were solid Reagan Republicans. So they were Reagan-Bush Republicans. And when President Trump announced in 2015, leadership even back then was clutching its pearls. They were never on board the Trump train. They were supporting other candidates. And granted, the Republicans had a wide field of candidates back then, but these people never got on board the Trump train. President Trump actually won a straw poll that we had at a Lincoln Douglas dinner, but you never heard about it in anything except the Blade. Okay, so people, so this crowd they were never aboard the. I was like the only person in 2015 when Trump announced. I said, "Gosh, yes, this is our guy. This is our guy," and they're clutching their pearls, saying, "Trump, how can you?" And I'm saying, "Trump, how can you not?" And why? I mean, the Post interviewed me. There's an article somewhere, and I haven't changed my mind. President Trump is consistent in his thinking. He's a winner, and what I like about him is that he fought back. We had look at who we had running at the presidential level in the past. We had Mitt Romney, who was purer than the driven snow, faithful to his wife, which is
you better not be faithful to your wife,
and then we had John McCain, a real hero, and the Democrats threw all kinds of mud and stuff at them during the campaigns, and these guys never fought back. And what we like about President Trump is if he gets punched, he'll punch back. He fights for himself. He fights for the country. This is why he's a terrific president. He's been cleaning up our wonderful city. He's been trying to, get after crime, pick up the trash, get the fountains working, stuff like that at a very basic level. And so I don't understand why, now that he's been elected a second time successfully nationwide, why our party is not jumping on the Trump train and supporting him.
In short, he's the head of the party. Follow the leader. The Dems followed the head of the party with Obama. This is madness. He is the head of the party. Follow the head of the party. Patrick and everybody else. I mean, this is what I don't get.
Is this part of your befuddlement?
I'm now mystified. What does Christina have to say about mystified?
Let's bring Goodlander in, the vice chair of the DC GOP. And that's not sorry to embarrass you with that title, but you are the vice chair over this mess.
Yeah.
But now you're running for chairman, so I hope you're going to figure it out. Let's bring in Goodlander, see what she has to say about this. These ladies are fired up, Christina.
I can see that. And look, they're fired up. We're all fired up for good reason. Because it's no secret that it took me some time to warm up to President Trump. I was probably one of those people clutching my pearls back in 2016, as Maria said. But look, I've changed my mind because what President Trump has shown us is that we don't have to accept a crime-ridden, rat-infested capital city, and that in fact we can and we must have a great capital city as a great nation, and that there are concrete things that we can do to achieve that. And look, President Trump has gotten results in DC. Nobody can argue with that. And that's a great thing. And as a party, we should be celebrating that. And we should also be talking with our neighbors, because the thing that really changes hearts and minds, right, is that personal connection. And as DC Republicans, we all live in our neighborhoods. We all hear our neighbors spew all sorts of invective about their opinions about President Trump. But what we can do as Washingtonians is say, look, these are some real positive changes in our city. Look, he's reduced the number of homicides greatly, which has saved lives. We had 1,000 carjackings in 2023. We have nowhere near that now. These are changes that are really benefiting everybody who lives here and everybody who comes to visit. And this is something that we should really be emphasizing.
I mean, every 2 days we should be putting a press release out talking about the tremendous accomplishments. The only press releases you get are from the White House.
Or you.
Or me, and nobody puts them out. And it's just frustrating. I had Chief Sundon, before you guys came out at 8 o'clock, a former police chief of the Capitol Hill Police, that was basically saying, he's been here 30 years, the city's never been better, even when he was there as the head cop at the Capitol Police. And so we're not getting this message out. And therefore, the communists, the free DC shirts and all the nonsense, banging pots and pans, whatever the hell they're doing. I mean, they get all the media attention because we have no counterbalance. The purpose of the party is to be able to mount an offensive and a defense in the media. That's the purpose of a state party. It has no other function other than to get the grassroots involved, build the registration, and then be able to defend its candidates. And we refuse to do that. We have this thing is so bad. It's like, Goodlander told me this the first month I met her. And I was like, yeah, I don't know about that. She's like, not only do they not want us to win, right? They basically collaborate with the Democrats. And I'm like, nah, I don't think so. And she was right, because you can't explain this ineptitude and incompetence and just lack of wanting to do anything in any other way.
Here's an example. I looked this up. Advisory Neighborhood Commission. A lot of people nationally don't know what that is, but it is within the neighborhoods. There's 8 wards. Of the 345 seats, only 2 are Republican. Where is the grassroots effort from the DC GOP to bolster up from 2 to maybe 100?
That's Goodlander's vision. She says we ought to have
Christina says this every week, to her credit. You just said it, to your credit. 2 seats, John? 2. 345 seats available. 2 seats are Republican.
And let me explain what that is. This is an appointed position. I think one other state has something similar, but it's the lowest level elected position that allows citizens to interface with the government. And the Advisory Neighborhood Commission districts are curiously not the same as precincts, not the same as voting precincts, but they are intended, every commissioner is intended to represent a voting block of plus or minus 2,000 people. And they are, the districts are redrawn every 10 years after the census. So this is the everyday citizen's best opportunity to get something done at the local level. Like if you have issues with traffic or lack of trash pickup or down trees in your neighborhood. I mean, real rats, things like that. Who are you going to call? You call your advisory neighborhood commissioner first before you call the 311 number in the city, which may or may not get you results. But your advisory neighborhood commissioners typically will work in your behalf because they're your neighbors. They live near you. They live in the same neighborhood, and it's in their best interest to help you solve local problems. And these are great entry-level positions, and they're typically they're like school boards. They're nonpartisan positions, so you don't.
Well, that's how Mayor Bowser started.
Exactly,
that's
how many people.
This is candidates, and you get them through the system, and you get them to go on the ballot, and you get them to run a race, and
name
you get them
recognition.
$25 is the maximum donation. You go talk to people. You raise enough money from your friends and family to put out a mailer. I mean, this is how you get Republicans involved. This is action.
Exactly.
You get them involved. Maybe you lose, maybe you win, but you hold the other people accountable. It's nonpartisan, and you get the experience. So why we don't have, like you said, we don't have 8 ward chairmen. He can just appoint people like he did me until he kicked me out, and then I won my election with 95% of the vote when he mounted a write-in candidate against me who got 5%. Thank you. Positions. Young people should be in it. College kids should be in it. We all should be, because this is how you grow. Actually, this was Goodlander's idea.
These positions are, Christina, a good way to get name recognition. Now, they do involve work because there are monthly meetings pretty much every month, except for maybe August or December. There are monthly meetings, and you have to have an agenda. And but these meetings, again, vet issues that are of local interest, and many of them begin with a report from the local police precinct about crime in that specific neighborhood. but this is a great way for someone to get a reputation, to gain name recognition, and to gain visibility, and then be able to step up and run for higher office.
Right.
So
Right.
the advisory neighborhood commissions are a useful construct. Again, and I'm speaking from a citizen's perspective
Yes.
because I've lived in a couple of neighborhoods where we've had really effective advisory neighborhood commissioners, and they do work for you. They do work for the citizens. So this is a missed opportunity on the part of our party not to stand up more people for these advisory neighborhood commissioners as a way to get the party recognized as people who are interested in doing good for the citizens instead of ripping them off and taking bribes.
Good, Linda. Go ahead. Wrap us up in this segment here. We'll move on to crime.
Yeah, so basically the advisory neighborhood commissions give our team the credibility, because we can say, look, like, we've been in the arena at this hyper local level. We understand the issues, and that really gives us the credibility to make the case for why our policies of safe streets, best schools, strong local economy, why our policies are better than what the Democrat establishment is currently inflicting on our nation's capital. It gives us the credibility to say, we've been in the arena, we understand the issues, there's a better way forward, let's do this, and let's make real change in our city.
Christina, can I ask you a question? I want to go back to the Washington Examiner, that article that I talked about at the top. Patrick Mara, the current head of the DC Republican Party, has said the party has never been in better shape, or words to that effect.
That was it.
So I would like you to comment on that. It was before my time, before moving here. That's number one. And then number two, there was a very nice quote about you and your vision. You said something to the effect that you want to build to the mayoral position in about 12 years. Could you comment on that structure as well?
So first of all, I would love to have a competitive mayoral election sooner than 12 years from now, right? I mean, I would love to find a transformative candidate next cycle where we could run and we could credibly win. But in truth, we're starting from 7% of the vote. We've got about 5% of Washingtonians are registered Republicans. We have a lot of building to do. So I would love to see us for the next couple of cycles really focus on these winnable races, such as Advisory Neighborhood Commission.
Right.
I'd love to see us field an incredibly strong Ward 2 candidate 2 years from now, because Ward 2 is one of our stronger wards, and really build to this. And if we do this, look, like, politics changes. It used to be, Florida used to be a purple state. I'm old enough to remember hanging chads back in the year 2000, but right now, Florida is solidly Republican because of hard work by the Florida Republican Party and because of a record of delivering results. It can go the other way. Unfortunately, Georgia used to be solidly red. Now they have Democrat senators, they have competitive gubernatorial elections, but that happened because of a concerted effort by Georgia Democrats to really change things at the grassroots level. There's also some shady stuff, but I mean, there also was a real effort. So what that shows us is that when we make a real effort, when we have our feet on the gas pedal, when we make smart decisions, when we field charismatic, strong candidates who really put the work into it, politics can change. Political facts can change. Political math can change. And that is what I would love to see us doing as Republicans in our nation's capital. And I don't agree with the statement that we're stronger than ever, because prior to 2008, we had Republicans on the DC Council. Now we don't. That's right. And we had, back in the 90s, we had mayoral candidates who got in the 40s in terms of percentage. So we had candidates who were getting credible election results for mayor in the 90s, and we don't now. We had Republicans on the DC Council. We don't have that now, but we can have that again. And I believe that we will, if we put the work into it, and if we make good decisions, we can have a brighter future.
No doubt.
That is my vision.
Well, listen, that's why you're running for chairman. That election will be in January. It's amongst the members of the committee, of which right now there are about 30 people. There'll be others coming on, obviously nominated by both sides. And we look forward to you continuing to campaign and call the issues out. And I think that's a good thing, right? Having people that want change, that want to do something, that want to work, that want to build it, make it better is a good thing.
Right.
And it's not a bad thing. It is a good thing.
It is the only way to do it.
What we've got now is just total. It's a combination of incompetency, complacency, and just collaboration with the other side.
Right, and conceding to
it's a concession to walk around at a meeting with a badge on that says chairman. That's basically all this is.
Yeah.
And
but
so
but you're not going to win that way. You're not going to change
No, you're not gonna do
DC
anything.
in any conceivable way.
Yep.
And to Christina's point, maybe it would happen with enough goosing from you and others and that grassroots thing that we talk about all the time on this program in less than 12 years to get a mayor that is a Republican.
We got to start
in
somewhere.
the seat.
And right now we're at ground zero. So there's nowhere to go but up. So that's a good thing. Okay. Thank you. And by the way, Christina, thank you for stepping up to run for chair. We look forward to continuing to support your campaign in this effort. Now, let's get to crime in DC. Unbelievable. Let me just give you two stats I just got from Chief Sund. Number one, homicides down 45%. It's at a historic low in Washington, D.C. Number two, carjackings down 65%.
Wow.
Historic low in Washington, D.C. The renaissance in this city that President Trump has been able to get, the results keep coming in. They're getting better. We're still down 800 cops. We got to get that fixed. But the crime in this city has plummeted.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was saying the other day is you don't need stats now. All you got to do is go outside.
Right.
That's it. All you got to do is go on the metro.
When you see what's happening, and I know this is a national audience, so for those that have never been to see DC or haven't been to DC recently, you ought to take a little trip maybe between now and the end of summer. Just come and wander around. The National Guard is still around.
Oh, yes.
I talked to a few of them yesterday. They were around the Kennedy Center, just taking a little breezy walk. Very, very approachable. Very nice. The metro is sparkling. I couldn't believe that. It's as if they've got Windex all over the place. Behavior changes when the place looks nicer.
Of course
I mean,
it does.
that's the psychology here that we should talk about a little bit. If, there's that expression, if you build it, they will come. Well, we're building it better under Trump's leadership. To his credit, let's give credit where credit is due. And I can't get over, they're so beautiful. I don't care what anybody says, gold leaf, gold, whatever, but those statues from Italy, those beautiful statues of horses and the riders from Italy that was a present to this country post-World War II from the Italian government. Thank you, Italy. And they thank us with these beautiful statues at Memorial Bridge. Just glisten. They're gorgeous. They're just gorgeous. We look like Paris when you go over there, or we look like Rome. They're beautiful.
Why wouldn't anybody want that for their city? And you still got the libtards railing against it, the free DC, no statues. Trump shouldn't be doing that. He should be focused on gas prices. I mean, the guy can walk and chew gum at the same time, right? And so I love the fact that he's beautified. I mean, what is the problem with, you're beautifying and cleaning the city I live in with my family. How on earth is that a bad thing? I just don't get it. I mean, I cannot get these people. The city is better, cleaner, safer than ever. And so they're complaining about it. And they're complaining about him. It's true Trump derangement syndrome.
Totally. And now that these newer stats, homicide 45% down, carjacking 65% down, now they're going to complain about, you're putting all this work into gold, because Trump loves gold, and you're not feeding babies. What? The mouths of babies. You're taking the money out of the mouths of babies.
It's insane.
Anyway.
I had a laugh out loud moment the other day. I was scrolling through Twitter or X, whatever it's called now, and one of the progressive journalists in DC posted an article, and he said, actually, it might be good to have beautification efforts in our city. Like, you're saying, actually, as though it's not obvious.
They got to defund the police. They got to defund the police.
But this is the point that people can be won over.
Now they're going to come up with de-beautification. That's what they're going to want.
Squalor.
We want filth.
Bring
the trash. Bring the garbage back. More graffiti. More people going to the bathroom in the middle of the sidewalk and don't clean it up. I mean, it's just insane. All right, let's get to President Trump here talking about some of the things he's doing. Let's get to cut 5 in D.C. Roll it, Dan. Well, Dan, you said it was ready. It's not. Okay, let's move on. Dan, ready means
One of the
ready.
reasons, by the way, for the last number of years, no tents have been used because tents are very dangerous. Tents are made out of plastic or canvas, and they don't stop even the smallest of ammunition or bullets, not even the smallest. Ours will stop. You take AK-47s, you take the most powerful, it laughs at it. It laughs at it. I was saying to one of the military guys, how does it do with an AK-47? He goes, up, meaning it can take a lot, including drones.
Okay, let's get to cut 6 about his heliport pad because it was killing the grass. Trump, we have found out, loves grass.
Cut grass.
He says it's cut. He says grass is living. It's a living organism, he says.
It is.
Be nice to your grass. Put Scots on it. I don't know what Scots is, but some kind of
Fertilizer.
fertilizer, Miracle Grow, or cut your
Turf
grass,
builder.
water your
Thank
grass,
you.
turf builder. He loves grass. He said they're living, breathing things that you should take care of, like your cat. All right, go ahead. Let's get to.
What is your plan if the Supreme Court rules against that?
Well, we hope that doesn't happen. I can't imagine it happening. The lawsuit the person had no standing. It was a person who said she walked along and she didn't like the view, even though nothing was built. A person that didn't like it and never even saw a rendering of it. We've gotten tremendous architectural reviews. It's beautiful. The woman has absolutely no standing, according to every analyst that I've seen, legal analyst. And it's a lawsuit that should have never been even allowed to be brought. But hopefully we'll do very well with it. We had a great ruling from a very highly respected judge, as you know, and hopefully the Supreme Court will agree with that ruling.
She didn't even see the rendering. See, this is the nonsense that goes on. Goodlander, you want to comment on this?
I mean, look, it's ridiculous. It's a type of derangement. But again, we need to be making the case as a party, neighbor to neighbor, for why our policies and our way of doing things delivers better results for people. And look, like, everybody's entitled to their own opinion about President Trump. Personally, he's really won me over. And I think he can win more people over as well. And we can be good ambassadors for this. And at the end of the day, what we're making the case for is policies, right? We can make the case that our policies deliver better results and that decline is a choice and that we don't have to accept a crime-ridden, rat-infested capital city. We don't have to have that.
Christina, you're absolutely right. Crime and squalor are choices that people make by who they vote for. And President Trump is a builder. He knows what he's doing. If you've gone to any of his properties are just jewels. They are gorgeous. The grass is perfectly green on the golf courses. The buildings are all very well constructed. They're beautiful. And now he's bringing that talent to our capital city in the year of America 250, truly making it the shining city on the hill that we've all been talking about since the Reagan administration. So why not make us look like the shining city on the hill? We are that, and we should be a beautiful sight to people who come here to visit, as well as to the people who live here. You don't like to see trash on the sidewalks or around your library or in your beautiful public parks. We want the city to be beautiful, and President Trump knows what he's doing with, in terms of construction and grass. I mean, grass maintenance is a big thing. I listened to the gardening shows on the weekend. Who knew, that there's all kinds of stuff that goes into taking care of grass. Like proper fertilizer and the correct type of grass for the environment and so forth and so on. So, President Trump knows what he's doing there in terms of just the basic beautification of the city from a construction standpoint. So thank you, President Trump, for making our city truly
You should have a DC
a shining city on the hill.
Or you should have a DC gardening show. Shouldn't you have that?
Yes.
A DC gardening show.
The Green Thumb with Mario.
Well, we have.
We'll admit this privately. We all have friends who are Democrats. We all have friends, family members, neighbors who are Democrats. I have heard so many of them quietly say that they love these changes in DC.
Of course.
Why?
Now what we have to do is to get them to express that in their voting behavior and vote for Republicans at the local level so that we can lock in these gains that we've made in our nation's capital.
Well, I think we're coming to that. One of the gains, though, that we're not going to make is with Trayon White. He's back in the news again. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. This is an interesting situation with this member of council at one time, Trayon White, that allegedly didn't really conduct himself in a way that you would want if you were associated with him. Christina Goodlander, why don't you tell our national audience about Trayon White, what he did, and why he's back in the news?
Okay, so Trayon White is one of the 13 members of the DC Council. He represents Ward 8, which is sort of one of the poorer parts of the city. It's a little bit, part of the city that's in needing of some economic development. So Trayon White has been a member of the council there since for the last couple of cycles. Now, 2 years ago, Trayon was caught on camera taking a bribe for $156,000, basically from somebody who wanted to have a contract with the city. So he took some money so that he could get his friend this contract with the city. This was caught on camera, and then there are allegations of further instances of bribery and further instances of corruption. So Trayon was caught on camera taking this bribe. He was arrested. He's now facing federal bribery charges. And shortly after he was arrested, the DC Council voted to expel him as a council member. So great. They did the bare minimum to say we shouldn't have guys who take bribes on camera in this role that's really important for public trust. And then they had a special election, and guess what? Trayon won his seat back. So now Trayon White is back on the council. But he's back in the news cycle because his trial starts next month for these federal bribery charges, and he's been in the news because it came up yesterday. He had a pretrial hearing. I guess his chief of staff has been texting witnesses for the trial, which is very clearly witness tampering, intimidation, all of these things that we don't need. And wholly apart from the bribery charges, Trayon's a pretty wacky guy. He's made some social media posts about conspiracy theories about the Rothschilds controlling the weather, things like that. Conspiracy theories about various other things. He's not the type of person that we want serving in government in our nation's capital. Let's just put it that way. And this is something, as Republicans locally in DC, the corruption and these types of things are not new. This is not new behavior from Democrats in DC. And we need to be really saying we can do better and we must do better. And we don't have to accept these incredibly corrupt local politicians.
You think about this guy was, allegedly, because it's alleged, right? Innocent to proven guilty, but allegedly took
allegedly, but it's on camera.
Took $157,000 bribe on camera. And so his counterparts in the DC Council, all Democrats, even though some are independents, they're all Democrats, say probably not good that he's sitting on this council taking bribes. Oh, they kick him out. Then they have a special election. Then he runs and he wins his seat back. And so now he's serving again. And now his trial starts. And now we've got other allegations coming. Now they're trying to tamper the witnesses, allegedly, from some reports. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And the Republican Party of Washington, D.C., there's not a peep out of them. It's no press conference, no press release. I think maybe we could do a little better than guys taking $157,000 on camera for a contract.
Here's a few bullet points.
I mean, the bar's pretty low.
Here's a few bullet points to the DC GOP. In June of 2024, on June 26th, he took cash, $15,000.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, reportedly. The FBI has that on tape. A little bit while later, a couple weeks later, July 17th, he took another allegedly $5,000 in cash. FBI has that on tape. July 25th, a couple weeks later, $10,000 allegedly on tape. The FBI has that, also cash. And then August 9th, another $5K on tape, allegedly cash. So the cash part of this whole deal was $35,000 right into his pocket. Now, he is talking through his lawyers that the FBI set him up and that the FBI wants him dead. Okay, good luck with that. Now, those are just a few bullet points. Where's the DC GOP getting a press release out on that?
And the whole language of "set me up" is an echo back to our former
Marion
Barry, who's caught red-handed with women of a certain profession and substances, and his response was expletive, "set me up."
Yes, something that rhymes with which. Well,
What did
isn't
she
he?
say?
Look
How politically
he used
correct she is. Let me just say this. This really struck me. I don't know how Goodlander came up with this. Women of a certain profession and particular substances.
Well, this is a family-friendly show.
That is good.
Well, it's true.
Particular substances.
It's true, and he used the words. He used a word that rhymed with which. He said she set me up, and this is same old for the Democrats. I mean, Trayon is another poster child for the revocation of home rule. Come on, people. We ought to talk about banging pots and pans. We ought to be banging the drums about that. I mean, if our city council is full of corrupt crooks who are openly taking bribes, would this not be a strong argument for rethinking home rule, or at least bringing back a control board and bringing back some people who are sensible and who have the best interests of our citizens at heart, instead of lining their pockets and just screwing over the taxpayers, not serving the taxpayers and the citizens well.
I wanted to mention one other thing. I'm not certain about this, but perhaps Christina knows. I heard when he was running the first time before the arrest that he didn't even live in Ward 8, which would have eliminated him from running. Now, I'm not sure about that, but I did hear that from a neighbor of mine who followed this case, and perhaps that's true. Christina, do you know about that? I mean, aside from the whole bribery stuff, he might have not even gotten
There's some evidence of that.
in the district of which he's representing.
Yeah, I mean, so when he was arrested from one of the fancy new apartment buildings in Navy Yard. And his car with its DC council plates was, frequently seen parked on the street in front of this building in Navy Yard, where he supposedly lived in a penthouse apartment. So that was probably $5,000 a month rent.
Well, he got
Tesla
the
too,
cash.
by the way.
His white Tesla with his DC council plates. Yes. A pretty flashy car. So yeah, I mean, there is a lot of evidence that he was actually living in this fancy building in Navy Yard, in the Ward 6 part of Navy Yard, so that get down to the particulars, so not in his ward, and certainly not in the neighborhood that he purports to represent.
There you go. You go. He should have been out.
You can't make this stuff up, right? It's unbelievable. That's why I love the show so much. And for all our national audience out there, this is the favorite show to tune in, because you learn all about what's going on in Washington, D.C., and you're like, what?
Much of it is comical and befuddling.
Well, you can't make this stuff up.
You really
can't. You can make a TV show about it, like an HBO-style TV show about it.
This could be, what do they call those shows? Reality shows?
I'll audition for the FBI.
Yes.
What did
Christina say?
Women in the street interviews.
I'm still getting over women of a certain profession and a particular substance. Let me just explain what that means. Hookers and coke. That's what it means. I'll just be blunt.
Rhymes with
hookers and crack.
Hookers and crack, or I guess whatever that is. Coke, crack, something like that in a pipe. All I know is it's all bad. But from a business standpoint, Marion Barry is still my hero. Let's get to
go figure.
Go figure. He's still my hero. He's a great business mayor. I'd take him back in a heartbeat over what the hell we got going on now. And
although he did kind of bankrupt the city, and he did kind of cause even Bill Clinton to say that DC should have a control board.
Yeah, but he was entertaining.
He was hilarious.
Yeah,
He was entertaining, and he was hilarious.
He
and
was.
he did have Clinton even had to get rid of him. That's pretty low.
Took the budget away from him, from what
I mean, he was a crackhead, but he was our crackhead, but he was a crackhead.
Mad because he didn't invite him to the party. Call lines open. That's what happened. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. You want to weigh in here on DC Dispatch? We'd love to take your calls. 888-480-5646. Go ahead, Terry. You were going to say something.
I was just going to say, and Clinton would know about women of substance. Pregnant pause.
Okay.
Anyway, President Clinton, yes, to your point, he pulled the budget from Marion Barry. I don't know how this Trayvon Martin thing is going to work out. I don't know. Jury selection is September 11th. They're going to probably futz around with that for a while. He may, be in a long trial, maybe through Christmas. Who knows? But he is in his seat right now. And he's got a major charge. He's looking at 15 years in prison for $156,000 in a bribe, 30 of which was cash, caught on tape, FBI there. I've actually seen the tape.
What did it look like?
Well, it looked like, it was a little fuzzy, but it looked like here's his hand taking an envelope. And all of this, by the way, was done in an automobile where it's very secretive, very, very quiet.
How'd they get the camera in his car?
I think I don't know this for sure, but it would stand to reason that they said, "Hey, Mr. White, why don't you come over here into this car and we'll do the transaction?" And it probably was an FBI vehicle. Undercover.
Well, the guy who gave him the bribe, by the time that he did this particular one, the guy was working for the FBI because this particular contractor was already facing criminal charges. So basically, he turned state's evidence.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the basis for Trayvon saying that the FBI set him up. But at the same time, look at the underlying conduct. There's an underlying pattern of conduct of corrupt behavior. There have been all sorts of allegations. So if Trayvon is convicted, he will be categorically expelled from the DC Council, and he will not be able to run for another seat because the statute says that you can't serve on the DC Council if you've been convicted of a felony while serving on the council.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's convicted, he'll be kicked off. There'll be another special election. And I hope that we have a strong Republican candidate who can get out there and really make the case for DC can do better.
Time to work on it right now.
Absolutely. We should be fielding strong candidates in all of the wards and for all of our local offices, including school board.
Do we have a Ward A chairman, Christina?
Who's in Ward 8?
We don't, but we do have some great Republicans in Ward 8. I've had some great conversations with individuals in Ward 8 who might be interested in stepping up. There's a good number of potential candidates that we could run in Ward 8 should a special election take place.
Let's look at Goodlander. She's already ahead of the game, right?
And we have traditionally had small pockets of loyal Republicans in both wards 7 and 8, which are the so-called underserved wards east of the river. But this is where Frederick Douglass's home is. I take visitors from out of town to Frederick Douglass's home because the man is an inspiration. He is also one of the founders of the DC Republican Party. And again, I think our party should be trading more on that connection and on the fact that the Republican Party is the party of freedom. It was the anti-slavery party.
That's a good point.
It is the party that people should be supporting because we are the party of freedom. And I think Ward 7 is the home of Frederick Douglass, which is now run by the National Park Service. Great place to visit, be inspired. Come celebrate America 250 and see what real American heroes are like. And
Great clothes.
That home is a national treasure.
Beautiful
house.
We're out of time.
Encourage everybody.
Closed by Maria Pickering. I want to thank you, Maria. I want to thank Terry Gilbert, Christina Goodlander, our candidate for chairman of the DC GOP. I want to thank our listeners for being with us. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Wendy Bell coming up next. But just before we go, when you guys came in today to wait to get set up, who brought you fresh 1775 freshly brewed coffee? Who did that?
The Godzilla of truth.
Thank you. Did I
Thank
go
you,
out
John.
there? Do I take care of you guys? I get you coffee. I got you creamer. I got you sugar, right? While you were sitting there, you didn't even have to ask.
Because he's
I
the
came over
Godzilla
like your
of
loyal
truth.
servants and got you both coffee. And what I've learned is you get that coffee to Maria Pickering early and she gets fired up. And so we're going to keep doing that.
Because she's the Zoom queen.
Thank you, John.
And you're
She's
the
the Zoom
Godzilla
queen.
of truth.
The Zoom queen and Godzilla of truth together again.
Cheers. Thank you,
We will
John.
see you guys
Thank you.
tomorrow, I guess, at 6 a.m. or something. Wendy Bell next. Wendy Bell Live.
Is how quickly the U.S. national debt reached $40 trillion, more than doubling over the last decade. About a third of the increase in government borrowing occurred during the first 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, when both Presidents Donald Trump and Joe Biden ramped up spending in response.